Mr. Keene.
God, we come before you on this Monday, aware of the significance of this week, this Holy Week. And as we approach the empty tomb that is Easter Sunday, we think back on the power that displays, but on the way that Jesus displayed that power in the week leading up to it. Yesterday, we remembered the triumphal entry where Jesus came in not on a white horse, loudly prepared for battle, but he came in humbly on a donkey. On Thursday, he displayed his power and showed his leadership not by having his own feet washed, but by washing the feet of his disciples. And on Friday, in the ultimate display of power and authority, he did not take up arms, but was killed. And so, God, we here working in this Capitol, whether elected officials or staff members, we are reminded as we think of this that power looks, and in this position, that we would see our roles here not primarily as means of winning, but means of serving. That we would not engage in politics and engage in government in a way that says me versus you, but is me for you. Would you let the cross and the empty tomb and the theme of reconciliation and unity that signifies be what guides us today and this week and always? And it's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Senator from Jefferson.
Will all the members and our guests please join us in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Reading of the Journal.
West Virginia Legislature Senate Journal, March 27, 2021. The Senate met at 12:03 p.m. Senator Blair, Mr. President, in the chair.
The senator from Lewis requests unanimous consent that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and the journal be approved. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Further reading of the journal is dispensed with and the journal is approved. Introduction of guests. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the rear of the chamber, on behalf of the Senate, it's my pleasure and yours to introduce Wes Lafferty. He's a good friend, great doc. If he wouldn't mind standing, let the Senate give him a warm welcome.
Are there further introductions? Senator from Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the President's Gallery in the back, we have with us today my office assistant's Allie, her little brother from Hurricane, and it's Alexander, and if the members would make him welcome. Thank you.
Senator from Monongalia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of myself and the junior senator from Marion County, we have with us in the gallery some United Steelworkers local 8957, and I apologize, I just broke the reading glasses, guys. So, but we have with us, if they'll please stand when I mention your name, Chad McCormick, Brian Fordyce, Toby Spoon, and Joseph Guds. If the Senate will make them welcome, please. Thank you.
Further introductions. Communications from the House.
There are none.
Communications from the Executive.
There are none.
Reports from standing committees.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Bill 302, prohibiting gender-based price discrimination, and reports back a committee substitute for same. Senate Bill 677, relating generally to minor safety, health, and training standards, and reports back a committee substitute for same. And Senate Bill 702, relating to involuntary hospitalization, competency, and criminal responsibility of persons charged or convicted of certain crimes, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the three committee substitutes do pass. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
The report will be received. Excuse me, Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The clerk will read the bill first time.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 302, prohibiting gender-based price discrimination. First reading of the bill.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 677, relating generally to minor safety, health, and training standards. First reading of the bill.
The report will be received. Excuse me, the bill will be. The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 702, relating to involuntary hospitalization, competency, and criminal responsibility of persons charged or convicted of certain crimes. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 335, making promise scholarships available for students at accredited community and technical college, and reports back committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute for committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Eric J. Tarr, Chair.
The report will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill the first time.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 335, making promise scholarships available for students at accredited community and technical college. First reading of the bill.
The bill will be advanced.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 464, developing and implementing program to regulate source-separated organic material waste, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute for committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Eric J. Tarr, Chair.
The report will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The clerk will read the bill first time.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 464, developing and implementing program to regulate source-separated organic material waste. First reading of the bill.
Bill will be advanced.
Your Committee on Rules has had under consideration engrossed Senate Bill 486, relating to powers and duties of Chief Technology Officer, Now on third reading, having been read a second time and referred to the Committee on Rules on March 24th, 2021, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass, respectfully submitted, Craig Blair, Chair ex officio.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 542 relating to Public Energy Authority Act of West Virginia, and reports back to committee substitute for same with the recommendation that the committee substitute for committee substitute do pass, respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
The report be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The clerk will read the bill first time.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 542 relating to Public Energy Authority Act of West Virginia. First reading of the bill.
The bill will be advanced.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 550, providing counties with authority to impose county sales and use tax of up to 1% under certain circumstances. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 613, adding classification and base salaries of certain civilian employees of the State Police Forensic Laboratory. And committee substitute for Senate Bill 663, providing fee for processing of criminal bonds, and reports the same back with the recommendation that they each do pass, respectfully submitted, Eric J. Tarr, Chair.
The report be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bills be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The clerk will read the bill first time.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 550, providing counties with authority to impose county sales and use tax of up to 1% under certain circumstances. First reading of the bill.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 613, adding classification and base salaries of certain civilian employees of State Police Forensic Laboratory. First reading of the bill.
The report be received. The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 663, providing fee for processing of criminal bonds. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration Senate Bill 661, permitting retailers to assume sales or use tax assessed on tangible personal property, and has amended same and reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Eric J. Tarr, Chair.
The report will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The clerk will read the bill first time.
Senate Bill 661, permitting retailers to assume sales or use tax assessed on tangible personal property. First reading of the bill.
The bill will be advanced.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration Senate Bill 718, originating in committee, relating generally to the coal severance tax rebate, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Eric J. Tarr, Chair.
The report be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Objection's been heard. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is adopted. The clerk will read bill first time.
Senate Bill 718, relating generally to the coal severance tax rebate. First reading of the bill.
The bill will be advanced.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2014, relating to role of the legislature in appropriating federal funds, and has amended same and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Eric J. Tarr, Chair.
The The report will be received.
It's a House bill.
Reports from select committees.
There are none.
Introduction of bills.
There are none.
Resolutions.
Senate Resolution 31 by Senator Takubo designating March as National Social Work Month.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over 1 day. Motions. Petitions.
There are none.
Unfinished business.
There is none.
Bills on third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 401 relating to West Virginia Consumer Credit and Protection Act. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 401 would amend two sections of our state code. They're both in the West Virginia Consumer Credit Protection Act, Chapter 46A, and both sections are in Article 6. No, excuse me. One's in Article 6, one's in Article 8 of the Act. Article 6 is general consumer protection, and then Article 8 is operative date. Mr. President, this bill started out with the introduced bill was much broader than this committee substitute. It's narrowed from the introduced version to the point where it addresses only one single thing, and that is it provides in subsection B of section 105 that article of the code does not apply to time, savings, or demand deposit accounts provided by a bank as defined in Chapter 31A of the code. Mr. President, I would be happy to try to answer questions, and at the appropriate time, and maybe perhaps now, I would ask for a ruling of the chair under Rule 43 of the Rules of the Senate. I serve as a director of a community bank, and I ask for a ruling of the chair on the question of whether I should be excused from voting on this measure or whether I should be required to vote upon passage of this measure.
The chair has heard your request on Rule 33, and you're a member of a class, so you will be required to vote. What purpose is the junior senator from the 17th seat recognition?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Same request. I also sit on a bank board.
You're a member of a class, you'll be required to vote.
Thank you.
Any other Rule 43s before we proceed? Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine to ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk has a title amendment.
Senator Trump moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 488 relating to distributing hotel occupancy tax to convention and visitors bureaus. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Convention and Visitors Bureaus, which are known as CVBs, receive a distribution of half of the hotel occupancy tax collected by a county commission or municipality from hotels within their respective jurisdictions. Senate Bill 488 makes CVBs that do not meet certain standards of fiscal accountability and operation performance ineligible to receive a distribution of the tax proceeds. The bill also imposes a 3-year moratorium on authorization of new CVBs. The bill requires CVBs to send their annual financial report to the state auditor and the Joint Committee on Government and Finance, in addition to their funding authority. It also requires CVBs to have an independent audit or financial review at least once every 3 years and to report the findings to the state auditor and Joint Committee. Senate Bill 488 is endorsed by the West Virginia Association of CVBs and has also been approved by the Division of Tourism. I'll take questions, otherwise I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senator from Summers.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, I request Rule 43. I serve as a member of the Board of Directors of a Convention and Visitors Bureau.
It's the opinion of the chair that you're a member of a class and you're required to vote. Further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, and not voting more than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 588, requiring county boards of education and county superintendents to comply with instructions of State Board of Education.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Jefferson.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent to amend the bill on third reading.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Does the clerk have an amendment?
Yes, sir. Senator Rucker moved to amend the bill on page 2, section 19.
Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you. This amendment simply removes all language from the bill that allows the state superintendent to withhold the pay of County Board of Education members when the county board or superintendent does not comply with state law or state board policy, and the non-compliance could adversely impact the delivery of a thorough and equitable education. Happy to answer any questions. I urge passage.
Is there discussion? Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment removes the most egregious, what I consider the most egregious overreach of this bill, and so I greatly appreciate the work that was done over the weekend by my colleagues on that. I appreciate the work done by my colleagues speaking out against this bill on Saturday. Unfortunately, the bill still keeps 2 additional overreaching provisions in, so I support this amendment. It removes the most egregious one, but can't support the bill because it still contains 2 provisions which I think are an overreach. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? You wish to close? Question is on the amendment by the senator from Jefferson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Okay, question for the Senate now. Excuse me. Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 588 requires county boards and superintendents to comply with the instructions of the State Board of Education relating to the requirements of 18-9B1 relating to school district budgeting, uniform accounting systems, and etc. They're already required to comply with the instructions of the state superintendent. This expands remedies that may be used to enforce the requirements. So what this bill simply does, already the State Board of Education, if a county board of education is not following state code or state law, they can take over the county board of education completely. This allows them to not take them over, but instead try to get them back into compliance, gives them options that they can pursue to try to help the County Board of Education maintain its authority, but also follow the rules that we have established here in the legislature and the State Board of Education for the counties to follow. I'm happy to answer any questions. I urge passage.
The bill will be re-engrossed, and the question is on passage of the bill. Is there further discussion? Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. Removing the provision docking the pay of a locally elected official, a local county board member, was a good thing. Unfortunately, that's not the only problem with this bill. We had debate here on Saturday, and we were told the purpose of this bill is to offer an alternative to county board having autonomy to take action and a takeover by the State Department of Education. And if those are the two poles, this is in the middle. All this is, though, is a takeover by a different name. It remains a takeover, we're just not calling it that. It includes 2 takeover provisions. 1, approval of agendas. 2, approval of expenditures. So just to be sure that members are aware of what this bill still does with the amendment that was adopted, the bill still, number 1, allows the state superintendent of schools to approve the agendas of locally elected officials, local county boards of education. And 2, it allows the state superintendent to approve checks written by locally elected officials, local county boards of education. Now, these are takeover provisions. That's what happens when a takeover occurs. And we were told Saturday that this bill does not give any additional authority to the state superintendent. It does, because it gives them these 2 takeover provisions without calling it a takeover. So again, we're just doing something by a different name. I believe this remains an overreach that occurs at no other level of state government. And so if you believe in the autonomy of local control by locally elected officials, I would urge you, again, to join me in voting no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Jefferson, wish to close? Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, currently, right now, the State Board of Education can decide to take over a county. And as part of that takeover, they can approve the minutes, they can approve the agenda, they can determine, that a representative of the state superintendent has to be at every single meeting, has to be in the county board to help them. So what this simply does is, instead of doing all of those things, just because maybe they might be making some decisions that are questionable, or we are concerned about the expenditures that they're doing and how it's affecting the children's education, it allows for just 1 or 2 or whatever is needed. So it's actually a much softer touch to help the county boards of education be as successful as they can be. Voting for this bill is us voting to help the county boards of education follow state law, follow the policies of the state superintendent and the state board of education, which is they have the constitutional authority to oversee education. This is a really good idea and should have actually been given as a flexible option probably years ago. We have increased local autonomy of county school boards in the last few years, but with more freedom also comes responsibility, and it is to our benefit to help them be successful. This is why I support passage of this bill, and I urge everyone to support it also.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine to ascertain the results. On this question, 21 yeas, 12 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk has the title amendment.
Senator Rucker moved to amend the title of the bill.
The question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 603, authorizing new market entrants to conduct remote sports wagering and remote interactive wagering.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question unanimous consent that the bill over one day, that the bill be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 634, requiring training of certain officers for persons with autism spectrum disorder. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 634 would amend the state code by adding a single new section to it. It goes in Chapter 30, Article 29, and it would be designated as Section 5A. Article 29 is the article that deals with law enforcement training and certification. And so this bill would allow the Law Enforcement Special Standards Subcommittee to establish a training program as part of its training curriculum for law enforcement officers, a course of training appropriate with respect to autism spectrum disorders, and develop the guidelines for law enforcement response to individuals on the autism spectrum who are victims or witnesses to a crime or suspected or convicted of a crime. It incorporates and the guidelines, it requires the guidelines to be developed by the West Virginia Autism Training Center, which is located at Marshall University. It's part of Marshall University. The bill includes a definition subsection. It defines such terms as autism spectrum disorder, law enforcement officer, training instructors, etc. And the whole idea behind the bill, Mr. President, is to allow police to have training to learn techniques for dealing with individuals in the course of their official conduct who have autism or who are on the autism spectrum. I'm thinking this is a really important bill, Mr. President. I'm hoping we pass this with a 34-0 vote. I want to compliment the Center for Marion County and the other sponsors of it. During the course of our consideration of this in the Judiciary Committee, Mr. President, we heard some pretty harrowing stories. One about a mom who had her autistic son in the car, big kid, maybe an adult at this point, but she was being pulled over by the police, and this young man was so excited about seeing the police lights and the siren that he was jumping out of the car to run back to the police car. And, you know, as we all can imagine, the mom explained, you know, she just saw the whole world flash before her eyes in that instant. What might happen? What might that officer think? You know, if we have some training up front and for our police to recognize that, you know, the behaviors and learn, you know, the appropriate ways if they have an encounter with an autistic child or person, it may save a life, it may save a tragic situation. So I'll be happy to answer questions about the bill, Mr. President, but I urge its passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senator from Marion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to take a moment to thank the Judiciary Chair. When this was brought to my attention, there are things that we just absolutely do not think about and do not consider if we don't have a loved one with autism spectrum disorder. And I listened closely to that mom that the chairman referred to, and that could have been a really, really bad situation for that child. She testified via the team's platform and committee, and Mr. President, you could have heard a pin drop. So as the chairman said, this is a very important piece of legislation for training police officers on how to deal with West Virginia citizens and others who have autism spectrum disorder. So I would love to see a 34-0 vote on this as well. And thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, again for putting it on the agenda.
Senator from Cabell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just briefly, I think the body will be interested in this. the Marshall University has been a leader in the country in helping folks with autism spectrum disorder for many years. Ruth Sullivan was the prime mover in that program. And her son Joe, I usually sit in the back row at Mass on Sunday, and Joe is back there with me. Joe is the person Dustin Hoffman came and visited with and mimicked in the movie Rain Man. So the Marshall Autism Services Center, they've enthusiastically agreed to take this on. They believe they can train police officers with no additional funds, and it's just a beautiful bill, and I urge passage.
Senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too stand in support of this bill. Ms. Giles, who's the president of the state chapter this year, brought it to us early on. And my only point in standing is to point out that this also benefits our law enforcement officers. Puts a tool in their toolbox to be able to deal with what might be a volatile situation that could turn very bad very quickly in their efforts to protect their own lives. It's a fine line. But this will give them the tools to be able to deal with people that bear the autism spectrum disorder, and it will enable us to keep not only our citizens safe, but our law enforcement officers safe. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm a yes vote for SB 634.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 660, providing for cooperation between law enforcement agencies and military authorities. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 660 would add a single new section to our state code, and it goes in Chapter 15, Article 10. It would be designated as Section 7. And Article 10, the whole article relates to cooperation between law enforcement agencies. And what this bill does in 3 subsections is it says that the head of a law enforcement agency in West Virginia or even campus police department may assign law enforcement personnel under his command to provide assistance, cooperation, and information to the National Guard of this state or any service component of the United States Department of Defense in this state upon a written request of the Adjutant General. And so the Adjutant General may make a written request for assistance, and we're putting in law that our local law enforcement will cooperate. Subsection B lists the areas of where assistance may be rendered. And it's alleged violations of the federal and state code of military justice, 2, violations of the criminal laws of the United States and the state of West Virginia, 3, investigations or other actions related to reports of sexual assault or sexual harassment, to include cases of reprisal or retaliation, 4, violations of military directives, 5, other reasonable requests by the National Guard. The whole point of this bill, Mr. President, is to allow them to ask for help, you know, if they have an investigation of a crime or a sexual assault, something like that, to be able to ask for and get the help of local West Virginia law enforcement. I'll be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, I urge the bill's passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 32 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent, and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 668, creating Psychology Interjurisdictional Compact. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Summers.
Thank you, Mr. President. The proposed committee substitute for SB 668 would create a new article within the West Virginia Code under West Virginia Code 3021A1 through 3021A13. It contains boilerplate language developed by the Association of State and Provincial Psychology Boards, known as ASPPB, to form an interstate compact. An interstate compact establishes a formal legal relationship among states to promote a common agenda. The common agenda that is proposed committee substitute seeks to promote is increased access to psychological care. It would seek to accomplish that by facilitating, 1, telepsychological services, and 2, the temporary face-to-face practice of psychology across jurisdictional boundaries. This interstate compact is referred to nationally as the Psychological Interjurisdictional Compact, also known as SIPAC. Like most others, it establishes uniform guidelines, standards, and/or procedures for agencies in the compact's member states. At present, 15 states and the District of Columbia have enacted laws adopting SIPAC, and 17 states have pending legislation to do so. The adoption of this compact would make no changes to the criteria for qualifications used to determine whether or not a particular individual becomes a licensed psychologist in this state. Even if licensed in a particular state, an individual psychologist must apply to be approved by the ASPPB in order to conduct telepsychological services or temporary face-to-face practice of psychology in other states. Conversely, if adverse action is taken against a psychologist who is participating in the compact, he or she may be ineligible for further participation. The proposed committee substitute permits any compact state to withdraw from the compact by enabling a statute that repeals its adoption. Testimony by Dr. Neil Morris on behalf of the West Virginia Psychological Association before the committee was supportive of this proposed legislation and stated he believed it would increase access to psychological treatment, especially in the more rural areas of West Virginia. I urge its adoption.
Question is passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the Senator from Summers yield, please?
The senator yields. The senator yields.
Some of the controversy that I've heard about this bill is that approximately half of the providers, the psychology providers in West Virginia, are master's level trained. These master's level psychologists are the ones that tend to be more out into the rural areas, is my understanding. Would these master's level people be able to be included in this compact, this SIPAC compact?
They have to be licensed through the state of West Virginia in order to be eligible to participate in the compact.
And are the master's level folks licensed in West Virginia then? I guess they have to be licensed to.
Senator, I'm unclear as to what the correct answer is for that about their participation. I can find out for you.
The master's level folks in West Virginia, it's my understanding that they don't feel that this would apply to them, that it would create an unlevel playing field and would, again, harm their ability to continue to practice this. With that in mind, Mr. President, I request unanimous consent that this bill lie over one day. till we can get these answers?
The motion before the Senate from the Senator of Boone is to lay the bill over from one day. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed Senate Bill 713, relating generally to inmate good time. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 713 is an originating bill. It was originated in the Committee on the Judiciary, and it comes to us from what we used to call DMAPS, but now it's Homeland Security, Corrections, Military Affairs. This bill amends a single section of the code, and it's in Chapter 15A, Article 4. It's Section 17. And so Article 4 is corrections management, and Section 17, which this bill amends, relates to the calculation of good time, conduct, deductions from sentence for good conduct by an inmate. And it addresses now mandatory supervision. So what this bill will do in subsection A is it makes good time applicable to all adult inmates. It's not applicable to juveniles, but all adult inmates placed in the custody of the Commissioner of Corrections and Rehabilitations pursuant to a court-ordered sentence of incarceration for misdemeanor or felony. So the bill clarifies that it applies to both misdemeanors and felonies. You know, there was a time in this state where good time did not apply to misdemeanor sentences of 6 months or shorter. This makes it clear it applies to, consistent with what I think is current policy, felonies and misdemeanors of all species, except for those that where there can't be any parole. So if you're serving a sentence of life without parole for murder, that good time is irrelevant to that. So the bill provides also that as of the effective date of the amendments to this section, if it becomes enacted during the regular session, an inmate who had good time calculated onto his or her release date prior to October 21st, 2020 is entitled to the benefit of the good time awarded or earned before that date unless it was lost due to a disciplinary violation. And so I'll come to, in a minute here, what one of the real purposes that the bill, that Homeland Security brought us the bill for. There was a change in policy at Homeland Security last year in October on whether or not good time would be awarded to inmates who were reincarcerated, incarcerated for a violation of their conditions of release from extended supervision. So under our law, we have, for the vast majority of all offenses, we have a sentence of incarceration. People serve that, eventually make parole. They're supervised under parole. And then for some offenses, for some serious offenses, we provide in the law, and this is probably 10 years old now, maybe a little older than that now, extended supervision. Generally, we're talking about sex offenders. There are some bills moving around the House to add that concept to other offenders. But this legislature decided years ago that people who are serious sex offenders should be supervised longer than their incarceration and parole. So under our law now, that doesn't change in this bill. For certain sex offenses, people convicted of that, the court can impose extended supervision for up to 50 years, under which a person has to live in accordance with conditions and restrictions imposed by the court. And if they don't, if they violate, they can be taken back to prison, even though they'd already served their underlying sentence and were paroled. So the question that came up with the change in policy by Homeland Security last fall is whether those people who are reincarcerated are entitled to earn good time under this statute. The policy of the Division of Corrections had been they were, and so earning day-for-day good time credit. They changed their policy and said no, and so actually what that ended up causing is they had to go round up some people that they'd already released and reincarcerate them. That, as you can imagine, has precipitated a bunch of litigation. Those lawsuits are pending. I'm told there are arguments set next month before the state Supreme Court on this question of, does good time apply to those incarcerations under a violation or sanction from extended release? This bill is intended to address that question. It also allows the additional good time to be awarded by the Commissioner of Corrections if up to 90 days to an inmate per program for successfully completing an approved but not required academic or vocational program which is not part of the inmate's required individualized reentry programming plan. The Commissioner shall adopt a written policy to effectuate the purposes of this section. So that's going to allow the Commissioner to incent inmates with the opportunity to earn some additional good time, incent inmates to get an education, enroll in academic programs. The law also will allow an eligible inmate to receive extra good time, and this is completely discretionary with the Commissioner of Corrections. But the Commissioner of Corrections is given discretionary power in this bill, Mr. President, to award additional good time for meritorious service or performing extra assigned duties during emergencies. So if an inmate provides some heroic service of some kind during an emergency, the Commissioner of Corrections would have discretion to award some good time on account of that. Finally, in subsection P, the bill provides absolute immunity to the Division of Corrections, its commissioner, employees, agents, and assigns, absolute immunity from liability for claims of any person serving or who has served a term of incarceration for any matter or claim arising out of good time calculation or awards. And so, you know, the Division of Corrections switched its policy. Really, it was a reinterpretation of this statute as it exists. And what we're saying here is nobody's going to be able to sue the Division of Corrections and claim that they're entitled to any money as a result of their reinterpreting the operation of this statute before its amendment. Mr. President, I'll be happy to try to answer any questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Every member voted. If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2260 relating to procurement of child placing services.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question unanimous consent that the bill over one day while retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2290 initiating a state employment first policy to facilitate integrated employment of disabled persons. Third reading of the bill.
The question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill would require the development of an employment first policy in West Virginia. The purpose of this plan is to promote employment opportunities for disabled persons with publicly funded services. The bill establishes a task force, and membership of the task force is set forth in the bill. The disability community is represented, as is Workforce West Virginia, Division of Rehabilitation, Department of Education, Medicaid, the Developmental Disability Council, advocacy group, and providers. The plan developed by the task force needs to address strategies, costs, training, and federal compliance. The plan is required to be submitted to the governor and the legislature. Governmental entities such as Workforce, Division of Rehabilitation, Education, and Bureau of Behavioral Health and Medicaid are required to adopt the policies laid out in the plan. The task force would sunset on December 31st, 2025. Mr. President, I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk has a title amendment.
Committee on Workforce moved to amend the title of the bill.
The question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 2897, expiring funds to the balance of the Department of Commerce. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the first of a few supplementals. This supplemental appropriation decreases the Department of Commerce's synthetic fuel producing county fund by $222,563 and places that funding in the Development Office line for Marketing and Communications Fund. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
The Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective from passage, and the clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 2899, making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Commerce. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Yes, Mr. President. This supplemental appropriation grants increased spending authority to the Department of Commerce for several of its special revenue accounts. The Division of Labor Elevator Safety Fund is increased by $50,600. The Division of Labor Bedding and Upholstery Fund is increased by $109,100. The DNR West Virginia Parks and Recreation Endowment Fund is increased by $20,000. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
The Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective from passage, and the clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 2920, making a supplementary appropriation to the Division of Health and Human Resources, Division of Health Laboratory Services Fund. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Mr. President, this supplemental appropriation increases the special revenue spending authority within the Department of Health and Human Resources Division of Health Laboratory Services Fund by a total amount of $469,868. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, and not voting. More than a majority of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
The Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? The chair hears none. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than 2/3 of the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House. Bills on second reading.
Senate Bill 307, relating generally to in-state tuition rates for certain persons. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 360, allowing poll workers to work full and half days. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 424, creating fixed income credit for low-income senior citizens.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill lie over one day while retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 470, limiting release of certain personal information maintained by state agencies. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 492, establishing program for bonding to reclaim abandoned wind and solar generation facilities.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Second reading of the bill, yes, sir. Senator Tarr moved to amend the bill on page 8, section 5.
Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is simply a technical correction and does not affect the substance of the bill. I urge adoption.
Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of an amendment by the Senior Senator from the 4th. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 508, relating to public records management and preservation. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 530, establishing causes for revocation, cancellation, or suspension of business registration certificate. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 543, establishing Chuck Yeager Mountain State Medal of Excellence. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 635, requiring State Fire Commission propose rules for sprinkler protection in basements of certain buildings.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill lie over one day while retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 641, allowing counties to use severance tax proceeds for litter cleanup programs. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 655, eliminating sunset and legislative audit provisions for certain PSC rules. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 657, relating to free expression on state institution of higher education campuses. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. Senator Rucker moved to amend the bill on page 4, section 7.
Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you. This amendment just adds a reporting requirement. So each campus is to report to the Higher Education Policy Commission or the Council for Community and Technical College Education, as applicable, a description of any barriers or incidents of disruption of free expression occurring on campus. And once a year, the commission and the council will report to LOCIA. I'm happy to answer any questions. I urge adoption of the amendment.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question of the Senate is the adoption of the amendment offered by the Senator from Jefferson. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 671, appointing Director of Office of Emergency Medical Services. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 674, clarifying that unpaid restitution does not preclude person from obtaining driver's license. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 684, adding curator of Division of Arts, Culture, and History as ex officio voting member to Library Commission. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 714, relating to Physician Assistant Practice Act. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 715, creating Recovery and Hope Act. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2026, relating to the modernization of the collection of income taxes by adopting uniform provisions relating to the mobile workforce. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. Senator Ehlenfeld moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. Under this proposed amendment, corporations would be required in the first 4 years in which these switches are made to single sales factor, market sourcing, and the elimination of the throwout rule to file a pro forma corporate income tax return with their liability reported under the assumption that these 3 existing apportionment-related provisions were still in effect. By March 1st of the subsequent calendar year, the Revenue Department would be required to provide a report showing the difference between the liability of corporations under both the new and the old provisions, with each shown separately and disaggregated by industry, size of corporation, and other parameters that the Revenue Department would determine to be useful in understanding the impact of the changes. The reason why I'm offering this amendment, Mr. President, is because of testimony that I heard the other day in the Senate Finance Committee from our acting tax commissioner, Mr. Irby. He testified to this rather complicated bill and told us all that these changes that we're making, and that we'll hear more about tomorrow, I'm sure, on third reading, should be revenue neutral. Should be revenue neutral. He also testified that we don't know if more sales will shift here or if more sales will move out. And then he went on to say that it's likely that it will result in more sales shifting here. Of course, our fiscal note did not give us specific numbers as to what this might end up looking like, and he acknowledged that, the acting tax commissioner did. He also testified that by eliminating the throwout rule, it will lead to a net decrease in tax revenue. And then he also said that the use of market-based sourcing will give us a net increase. So he acknowledges that we're going to see some increases and some decreases, but probably the most important thing that he said, in my opinion, was that we don't have enough data to know exactly what this is going to do to sales. He said it's probably going to be about even, but we don't have enough data to know what this is going to look like on the other side. We don't know how it's going to work out for West Virginia. And so the purpose of this amendment, Mr. President, is to give us something to be able to monitor how this is working. This is a major shift to the way we collect taxes in the state. And without a system in place to monitor it, we won't be able to make informed decisions about whether it's working, whether it's not, whether it needs to be tweaked down the road. And so this simply would give us the data that we need. It would give revenue the data that it needs in order to continue to monitor this new way of doing business in West Virginia and be better prepared as a legislature to make decisions going forward. That is my explanation. I'm happy to take questions, and I urge adoption.
Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the senator's amendment. This is an unnecessary report, and it's also very overburdensome relative to any other reports we require of industry. It actually doesn't say where the report has to go. It's filed with a tax return, but it does not say where it needs to go specifically, or even how the report will be used within the language of the amendment. What it does say is it asks that the commissioner determine what the legislature needs to know from this to move forward. However, the sponsor of the bill just argued that he didn't like the report that the tax commissioner gave before committee that has the bill before us. So For these reasons, I would oppose the gentleman's amendment. I just don't think it's necessary whatsoever, and it's just overburdensome for the industry.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Ohio wish to close. Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're going to, as I said, hear more about this tomorrow on third reading, but this bill does four major things to our system of tax collection in the state. It's going to give benefits to people who are residing here for 31 days or less as far as tax relief. It's going to switch the state from the current property payroll sales apportionment formula to a sales-only apportionment formula. It's going to eliminate what's known as the throw-out rule. It's going to create nowhere income. Again, a very complicated but important new way of doing business in West Virginia. And without a way of monitoring this new system, we won't know if it's working or not. I'll remind you again of the words used by the state tax commissioner the other day. Should, probably, likely, but we don't have enough data to know what this bill is actually going to look like on the other side. So, Mr. President, we're already going into this blind. We're already taking a leap of faith that this is the right way to do things for our state. Let's not stay that way. Let's shine a light on how this is working. Let's arm ourselves with the information we need to know if this is the right way to do things. This is a common sense, fiscally prudent thing to do, and I would urge adoption of the amendment. Thank you.
Question before the Senate is the adoption of the amendment offered by the senator from Ohio. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. I declare the amendment rejected. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2267, establishing an optional bus operator in residence program for school districts.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question is consent that the bill over one day, Robert taking its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2499, tax reduction for arms and ammo manufacturing.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question is consent that the bill over one day, while retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed House Bill 2852, relating to distribution of the allowance for increased enrollment.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill over one day, while retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Bills on first reading. Senator from the 17th. Senior Senator from 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that all bills on first read be considered read a first time and advanced to second read.
Is there objections? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Committee substitute for Senate Joint Resolution 1, protection of the right to bear arms amendment. First reading of the resolution.
Resolution will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Joint Resolution 7, motor vehicle and other personal property tax reduction amendment. First reading of the resolution.
Resolution will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Joint Resolution 9, disabled veterans exemption from ad valorem property taxation amendment. First reading of the resolution.
Resolution will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Joint Resolution 10, limiting the terms of members of the House of Delegates and Senate amendment. First reading of the resolution.
Resolution will be advanced. Introduction of guests. Remarks by members. Senator from Marion.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It was just about a week or so ago, we passed Senate Resolution 22, urging our governor and Congress to get together and try to find a solution for the closing of the Mylan plant in Morgantown, West Virginia. Today, the senior senator from Monongalia and I met with local union representatives of the United Steelworkers, Local 8-957. They're working hard, Mr. President, to try to preserve these jobs and keep this factory going in Morgantown, West Virginia. The 4 members of leadership that we met with today, Mr. President, had over 100 years experience combined working at that Mylan pharmaceutical facility. But they're not just here to represent their members, Mr. President. They have 855 union members working at the Mylan facility, but there's over 2,000 combined of non-represented employees. And they care just as much about those jobs as they care about the jobs of the members that they're paid to represent. And they're trying to explore every possibility that they possibly can find, because they want to go to sleep at night knowing they tried everything they could possibly try to keep that plant up and running. Mr. President, these employees are the best of the best. They have been producing life-saving drugs for over half a century. And they did it well. They supplied this country and the world with generic drugs that saved many, many lives. But as you know, Mr. President, on July 31st, the plant is to be closed. That was the announcement by the new owner, Viatris. Closed, Mr. President. A payroll, an annual payroll of over $200 million a year being sucked out of the economy in north central West Virginia, and sucked out of the economy of our state. These folks just want everybody to work together. And I want to publicly, Mr. President, call on Viatris today, and I hope they're listening, call on Viatris today to work with these guys up here, work with that local union, work with that international union, and work with community, state, and county leaders. If you need something that we can help with, we want to do that. But you got to work with us. You can't hide behind the doors of an executive boardroom and just walk away from a community that has been so daggone good to you for over half a century. We want to save this facility. If it means working with Congress and invoking the Defense Production Act, then let's get together and let's find a way to do that. If it means working with local government, if it means working with county government, if it means working with state government to help find a buyer for this plant, to keep these guys and gals working, let's do that. If you need tax breaks, we give them to everybody else in this state. Come to us, meet with us, tell us what you need. But we can't help you if you don't meet with us. We can't help you if you don't sit down with these local union leaders and talk about the effects bargaining that we're into right now and trying to find solutions. We can't help you if you go to the bargaining table and there's only one side there, Mr. President. I'm calling upon Viatris today to meet with government officials, meet with union leaders, and let's find a way to keep these good-paying jobs right here in West Virginia. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to the good, hard-working men and women at Mylan Pharmaceuticals.
The senator from Monongalia County. I know I said it wrong, but gentleman from Mon County.
There you go. That'll work, Mr. President. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, there's not much more I can add to my comments from my junior senator from Marion County. It's the road ahead for these folks it's a harsh road. It's an unknown road filled with difficulties, and they came to us asking for assistance. And it's not like many of the other stories we've heard in other areas, whether it be the steel mills, coal mines, and other private organizations. Many of us can even remember some of our communities throughout the state of West Virginia had shirt factories. We actually had a former member here from the Senate whose hometown was known for the production of shirts. But it's not an old story. But Mylan Pharmaceutical is a unique company. And there's individuals sitting up there in the gallery that are unique individuals themselves, each one with a different story and a pathway into Mylan. is different. They're good people. And in Morgantown, it's one of those things you wonder how many people out of every 10 is affiliated with Milan, because it's always when you have a conversation you ask, oh, well, my brother-in-law works there. Do you know him? As a matter of fact, my brother-in-law does work there. My niece works there. Do you know her? It's a homegrown business. And as I mentioned in a former floor speech, 61, 62 years old, and they began selling pharmaceuticals in the back of their car. And another unique story to that, just show you how homegrown it is, how much it is embedded in West Virginia roots. They flipped a coin to decide who was going to name the company and who was going to manage the company. Well, Milan Pharmaceuticals is the name, and then Mike Pushkar was the principal manager of the business. But it has grown into something just unbelievable. But unfortunately, growth is not always a good thing when other people start looking at you, as maybe I would like to have that company to better my bottom profit lines. And that's what has happened with Milan Pharmaceutical. They did too good of a job, some might say, and they became too appealing to other corporations. And now they're going to take this segment that's in Morgantown, as the gentleman from the senator from Marion County indicated, 850 non-union jobs and probably another 500 corporate jobs, office jobs, administration jobs on top of that. They're going to close that location, and they're going to send it overseas. They're going to send it overseas. And again, it goes back to what I said earlier, in regards to steel being brought in from Japan and China. Coal coming in from Germany. It's an age-old story that unfortunately West Virginia has played a part of for many, many years. I'd like to end that. I'd like to stop that path that we've obviously been pushed onto. And let's try and keep the current company in place. Let's keep Beatrice in place and allow that facility to remain open and those employees to have their jobs. And the gentleman from Marion County said that we need both sides of the equation at the table for this to happen. They just can't sit in the room by themselves and determine their pathway forward. It requires the corporation to be on the other side of that table. So if these gentlemen stop by your office or in the next few days or in the next few weeks, I hope you'll stop and listen to them, because it's a story that's repeated time and time again across the state of West Virginia, and it's one each and every one of us is familiar with. We're going to close it and move it someplace else. It's heartbreaking. It's absolutely heartbreaking. And it's not just Monongalia County. As we sat there today, we learned that it's across the state of West Virginia and Pennsylvania and Maryland that these folks travel all the way to Morgantown for employment. Good paying jobs, $75,000 a year. And a lot of the families are in a position where it's just, that's their only employment because the pay is that well. It's that good working for the pharmaceutical company for these individuals. So they've raised their kids there. They want to keep their kids there. Some of them are in school. Some of them are in college. We want to keep those jobs in the state of West Virginia. But again, I ask you just to keep your doors open, keep your minds open, and have these conversations with them and ask them, how can we help? Have them tell us the next step we need to take. Because right now I feel a little helpless as an individual. They sat with myself and the gentleman from Marion County, and we didn't have a lot to offer. We can listen, and I hope they appreciate that. But they need to help us, help them moving forward, and that's just a matter of communication. I know that they are working with Senator Manchin's office, either to find someone to come in and fill that void there in Morgantown, or, as the gentleman from Marion mentioned, tax credits to keep them there, keep Beatrice in the building. Because as we found out today, it's just not a matter of enticing another pharmaceutical company in there. They actually have to have a product they're going to produce. And that's a very lengthy process of research and development of 3.5 years and then FDA approval. So it's not just a matter of moving someone in. It's better to keep what we have. Thank you, Mr. President.
Let me find you on Junior. Junior Senator from the 8th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the comments made by the senators from Marion and Monongalia be printed in the appendix of the journal. Thank you.
Any objections? Not hearing none. Be recorded. Further remarks by members? Miscellaneous business? Senior Senator from 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that a leave of absence be granted to our senator from Marshall.
Without objection. Junior Senator from 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Subject to announcements, I move the Senate stand in recess until 4:30 p.m. today.
Are there announcements? Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on the Judiciary will meet this afternoon at 2:00 p.m. in the Judiciary Committee Room, 208 West Wing.
Senior Senator from 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Finance will meet today at 3 p.m. in room 451M.
Senator from Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Republican members of the Senate will be caucusing in room 330 West, 30 minutes following the floor session.
Senator from Wetzel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure will meet tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. and also again on Thursday at 9 a.m.
Further announcements? Oh, that is sorry. Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Democratic members of the Senate will caucus immediately upon adjournment here, and we will be caucusing in the Senate President's Conference Room. Thank you.
Further announcements? If not, the question before the Senate is Senate recess until today at 4:30 p.m. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. I declare the Senate recessed.
The House will please be in order. Those persons not having privilege of the floor will please vacate the chamber. At this time, members and guests in the galleries will please rise as we are led in prayer this morning by the gentleman from the 53rd, Delegate Jennings.
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for all the many blessings that you've given to us. We thank you for this beautiful state that you've let us be a part of and to represent. And we thank you for each and every one that's here to represent the people of this state. We thank you for this beautiful nation that you've given us. And we ask that you guide our leaders, give them wisdom, give them strength, give them courage. But most of all, let them look to you for guidance and give you all the glory for everything in this nation. Please be with us as we go through this week. Help us to make the decisions that you would have us do. Watch over us, keep and guide us and direct us. Bless the people that have been in these storms, their families, comfort them in the floods. Dear Heavenly Father, watch over them, keep them, help them be safe, and bless us. Bless our service personnel, bless our first responders, and bless our healthcare workers. And all these things we ask in Jesus' name, amen.
If members and guests will remain standing, we'll be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by the gentleman, the 28th, Doug Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please join me in saying the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Members and guests may be seated. Reading of the Journal.
Journal of the House of Delegates, Charleston, Friday, March 26, 2021.
Gentleman the 13th, Douglas Pinson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of the Journal be dispensed with and it be approved as having been read.
The gentleman the 13th asks unanimous consent that the further reading of the Journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read. Are there objections? There are no objections heard. Lady from the 49th for an update on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On special calendar unfinished business, SCR 20 has been transferred to the House calendar. Special calendar third reading, House Bill 3306 has been transferred to the House calendar. Special calendar second reading, committee substitute for House Bill 2177 has been transferred to the House calendar. And on unfinished business, committee substitute for SCR 14 has been moved to the top of unfinished business.
Introduction of guests.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Wes Lafferty from South Charleston is the doc of the day. If we could please make the doctor welcome.
Report to standing committees.
Your Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration House Bill 3307, Social Media Integrity and Anti-Corruption in Elections Act. Reports back a committee substitute, therefore, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
Report to be received. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Are there objections? Chair hears no objection. The clerk will read the bill a first time.
Your Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration House Bill 3307, Social Media Integrity. Committee substitute for House Bill 3307, Social Media Integrity and Anti-Corruption in Elections Act. Reports the same back with the recommendation that it do.
We've already done it. Just read the bills.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3307.
The bill will be advanced to second reading.
Social Media Integrity and Anti-Corruption in the Elections Act.
The bill will be advanced to second reading. Are there further committee reports to standing committees? If not, reports of select committees. Message from the executive.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Hanshaw presents a communication from His Excellency the Governor advising that on March 27, 2021, he approved Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 295, Senate Bill 404, Committee Substitute for House Bill 2006, Committee Substitute for House Bill 2008, and Committee Substitute for House Bill 2013.
The message will be received. Are there further messages from the executive? If not, message from the Senate.
Clerk of the Senate announces a passage by the Senate of Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 419, redefining firearm to match federal code.
The message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 458 relating to possession of firearms by individuals during state of emergency.
The message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 521, extending licensure renewal terms of certain private investigators, security guards, and associated firms.
The message will be received, and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
The Senate has passed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 534, permitting Economic Development Authority to make working capital loans from revolving loan fund capitalized with federal grant funds.
The message will be received, and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The Senate has passed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 585, requiring BOE create and provide course in family and consumer sciences in secondary schools.
The message will be received, and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Education.
The Senate has passed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 601, relating generally to public employees' grievance procedure.
The message will be received, and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 604, requiring county commissioners create districts for towing services.
The message will be received, and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 680, allowing state superintendent of schools to define classroom teachers certified in special education.
The message will be received, and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Education.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 710, requiring impact statement in certain instances of school closing or consolidation.
The message will be received, and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Education.
The Senate has passed Committee Substitute for Senate Joint Resolution 11, Constitutional Officer Term Limit Amendment.
The message will be received, and the resolution will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary. Are there further Senate messages? If not, resolutions.
House Resolution 20, condemning all forms of anti-Asian sentiment as related to COVID-19.
Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with and that each resolution be considered as formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as indicated on the delegate console system.
The lady from the 49th asks unanimous consent that the further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with and that each resolution be considered as having been formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as shown on the delegate console system. Are there objections? There are no objections. Petitions, motions, bills introduced, unfinished business.
Committee substitute for Senate Concurrent Resolution 14, creating West Virginia Women's Suffrage Memorial.
The question before the House is the adoption of the resolution. Is there debate on the resolution? If not, those in favor of adoption of the resolution will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that resolution adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Ladies and gentlemen, the remaining resolutions on unfinished business today are naming resolutions. Without objection, the House will consider those resolutions for adoption en masse. Is there objection? There are no objections. The clerk will please report the remaining resolutions.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 6, United States Navy Seaman Second Class Wilbur Webb Hahn and John W. Hahn Memorial Bridge. Senate Concurrent Resolution 8, Fire Chief Kenneth Jr. Russell Memorial Bridge. House Concurrent Resolution 20, Bill Withers Memorial Road. Committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 43, United States Army Hugh H. Smokey Stover Memorial Road. House Concurrent Resolution 54, Robin W. Ames Memorial Road. House Concurrent Resolution 62, Major Samuel Wilson Rogers Jr. Memorial Bridge. House Concurrent Resolution 63, Mayor George Kairos Bridge. House Concurrent Resolution 64, Deputy Sheriff Scott D. Myers Memorial Bridge. House Concurrent Resolution 72, David Allen Drake Sr. Memorial Bridge.
The question before the House is the adoption of the naming resolutions just read by the clerk. Is there debate? If not, those in favor of adoption of those naming resolutions will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares those naming resolutions read by the clerk adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Are there further resolutions? If not, bills on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2747, transferring the parole board to the Office of Administrative Hearings.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Capito, to explain the bill. Gentleman from the 32nd, Delegate Fast, to explain the bill.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. House Bill 2747. This bill specifically transfers the parole board of the Office of Administrative Hearing to the Office of Administrative Hearings. It specifies that the chief hearing examiner must be a resident of the state for 5 years prior to appointment and removes limitations of practice for the chief hearing examiner. The bill increases the number of members of the parole board to 10 and makes the chief hearing examiner a member of the parole board. The bill removes the residency requirements pertaining to congressional districts and requires that the chief hearing officer be chair of the parole board. The bill states that the remaining 9 members of the board serve at the will and pleasure of the governor with the advice and consent of the Senate, and specifies that the powers and duties of the vice chairperson are limited to parole board duties. The bill removes the authority of the chair to hire an administrative employee and authorizes the chief hearing officer to sit on parole panels as necessary. It further clarifies that the qualifications for parole board members may include being a graduate of a federal or state enforcement academy, removes the requirement that parole board members be appointed for overlapping 6-year terms, and clarifies that temporary members serve at the will and pleasure of the governor. The bill exempts the board from the open meeting statute and requires parole hearings to be open to the public. Specific language: the purpose of the bill is to transfer the parole board to the Office of Administrative Hearings. Specifies that the chief hearing examiner be a resident of the state for 5 years prior to appointment. Removes limitations of practice for the chief hearing examiner It requires that the governor appoint the chief hearing examiner. It requires that the governor set the salary of the chief hearing examiner, makes the chief hearing examiner a member of the parole board. It clarifies that no more than 5 of the board members appointed to full-time positions on the board may at any one time belong to the same political party. Removes the residency requirements pertaining to congressional districts, requires the chief hearing officer that they will be the chair of the board, clarifies that the remaining 9 members of the board serve after being appointed by the governor with the advice and consent of the Senate, specifies the powers and duties of the vice chairperson to be limited to parole board activities, clarifies the authority of the chair to hire an administrative employee, authorizes the chief hearing officer to sit on parole panels as necessary, clarifies that the qualifications for board members may include being a graduate of a federal or state enforcement academy, clarifies that parole board members other than the chair be appointed for overlapping 6-year terms, clarifies that temporary members shall serve at the will and pleasure of the governor, and requires that the parole hearings be open to the public. That is a summary. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Lady in the 51st, Douglas Fleshauer, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to urge a no vote on this bill. For one thing, I'm not convinced that this reorganization is necessary, especially since those of you who were here last year will remember that this agency was completely reorganized last year. If this was so important, why wasn't it done last year? Secondly, I don't think the rationale for replacing the chair with some unknown person who seems to have been picked out already makes sense, especially when every single person I've spoken with indicates that the current chair is doing a good job. I also think that what's being done here could be done within the agency without requiring a change in the law. I think this seems fishy, I think it seems political, and I urge a no vote.
Is there further debate on the bill? Does the gentleman wish to close debate on the bill? Gentleman, 30 seconds to close debate on the bill.
Briefly, Mr. Speaker. Last year, yes, there was a reorganization. The parole board was moved to the Department of Corrections, and it turned out just not to be the appropriate thing to do. The Department of Corrections just absolutely overwhelmed, and that's why the Department of Homeland Security is now requesting that this be placed back before the Office of Administrative Hearings. We're trying to get this right, and this seems to be the appropriate thing to do, so I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 73 ayes, 25 nays, and 2 members absent or not voting. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee Substitute House Bill 2747, transferring a parole board to the Office of Administrative Hearings.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee Substitute House Bill 2773, permitting DNR to issue up to 100 permits for boats greater than 10 horsepower on Upper Mud River Lake.
Are there objections having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman at 29th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to allow the DNR to promulgate rules relating to motorboats operating on the Upper Mud River Lake if the motorboat is greater than 10 horsepower. This would allow for approximately, well, not approximately, but for 100 permits for boats greater than 10 horsepower on Upper Mud River Lake. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent or not voting. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2773, permitting DNR to issue up to 100 permits for boats greater than 10 horsepower on Upper Mud River Lake.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2793, permit out-of-state residents to obtain West Virginia concealed carry permits.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman of the 56th, Douglas Howell, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 2793 creates a non-resident concealed carry permit in the state of West Virginia. Each applicant will pay a fee of $100, of which $15 will go to the Courthouse Improvement Fund, $25 will go to the state police for the purchase of equipment, and $60 will remain with the county sheriff's office. Non-residents must be a legal resident or citizen of another state or U.S. territory. The bill makes provisions should the licensee move to West Virginia to get an updated license. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. How does the gentleman wish to be recorded? Clerk will record the gentleman from the 13th, Douglas Penson's voting in the affirmative. Clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent or not voting. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2793, permit out-of-state residents to obtain West Virginia concealed carry permits.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2890 to clarify the regulatory authority of the Public Service Commission of West Virginia over luxury limousine services.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman on the 15th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of the bill is to exempt luxury limousine services from regulation by the Public Service Commission. The bill defines luxury limo services and requires the operators to follow all safety rules and insurance requirements of the PSC. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 75 ayes, 24 nays, and 1 member absent or not voting. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2890 to clarify the regulatory authority of the Public Service Commission of West Virginia over luxury limousine services.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2962 relating generally to dental practice.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman, the 28th, Douglas Pack, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The majority of the changes in this legislation are technical, updating grammar, terminology, and references. The substantive changes include removing the requirement that an applicant's practical examination occurs on a real person. Since COVID-19, a mannequin has become the standard for the practical examination. It also clarifies that a license shall be placed at the licensee's principal office. It incorporates cross-references of the regulation of dental professional limited liability companies to the Dental Practice Act of Chapter 31B, requires a person to pay for a physical and mental health evaluation if the board determines it's necessary for reinstatement of a suspended license. It updates the complaint process by removing a process to moral turpitude and removing restrictions on advertising. Finally, it changes a misdemeanor to a felony for the unlicensed practice of dentistry. That's the bill, Mr. Speaker, I urge its passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 100 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2962 relating generally to dental practice.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Pack moves to amend the title.
The question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3002, update road abandonment process.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 29th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to require the Commissioner of Highways to hold a public hearing prior to any road closure or abandonment. The bill requires the Commissioner to post notice online on DOH's website and also requires a Class 1 legal ad for the affected area. The bill allows any member of the public to participate virtually. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 100 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3002, update road abandonment process.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 3300, relating to reducing personal income tax rates generally.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bill was advanced to third reading with amendments pending. The clerk is in receipt of amendments which would both be amendments to the bill as well as two comprehensive strike and insert amendments in the nature of a substitute. Consistent with the practice of the House will consider amendments to perfect the underlying bill before consideration of substitutes so that the members are aware of what they would be substituting should the substitutes be adopted. Clerk will please report the first amendment.
Delegate Householder moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Householder 3-25, number 1.
Does the gentleman wish to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read?
Yes.
Are there objections? The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would move the start date for depositing funds into the new Income Tax Reduction Fund from January 1, 2022 to July 1, 2022, because these funds are being relied upon in the budget for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2022. The amendment would also direct the state tax commissioner to abolish the marriage penalty beginning in 2022. I urge adoption.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment just explained. Is there debate on the amendment? The gentleman of the 30th, Douglas Bates, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman yield? Thank you, sir. The fiscal note in the system indicates that there is a $75 million impact on this year's budget. Does your amendment change that so that it pushes it into? It does not. The only thing the amendment does is the monies that are being directed into the Income Tax Reduction Fund, that will now start in January 1, 2022, which will be in the next fiscal year, 23's budget. So we're putting money, so we're delaying putting money into the bucket, or You're delaying, yes, the gentleman's correct. But it doesn't change the fiscal note that we have in the system. That's correct. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that amendment adopted. Clerk will please report the next amendment.
Delegate Bates moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Bates 3-25, number 2.
Does the gentleman from the 30th wish to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read? Are there objections? If not, the gentleman from the 30th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the body. Several years ago, I gave what has become known as my pot speech. And last year, I think I gave my pot speech part 2. So for your consideration today, I have my pot for pit pitch. Try saying that with a mask on. Now, once we get through these amendments, the chairman is going to explain to us what this bill does that comes with a price tag of about $2 billion that most of us saw for the first time last week. That bill is advanced to third today, and we'll be voting on it today. So I'd ask for some latitude, Mr. Speaker, if I can, and some indulgence from the members as I explain the reason for this and another amendment I have in the system. And I would hope that this will also serve as my comments on the bill. So let me start by saying this whole discussion about eliminating the tax has been backwards. I don't know anyone in this room that campaigned on it. I know I didn't. We're dealing with this issue on day 48 because it's been forced upon us. Like baby dog with a bone, the governor, and to some extent the Senate, just won't let go. The only one that supports the governor's plan is the governor and what has been referred to in the media as some odd bedfellows, and perhaps a minority of Republican senators. And there's a reason for that. It doesn't add up, doesn't make sense. It isn't going to bring people to West Virginia. But people are just wore out. And we've all been through one hell of a year, and we just want to get back on our feet. We just want predictability, stability. This is just another thing that people don't fully understand that messes with their lives and their livelihood. They just want it to go away. Now, I've been here a little while, and this is not the first tax dance that we've had with the Senate. And I commend the chairman for leading and presenting a plan that doesn't raise taxes and doesn't shift the burden from one group to another. And for that, he should be commended. Unfortunately, after we vote on this bill, we're going to send it over to the Senate, and they're going to do one of two things. Nothing, or load it up with a whole bunch of tax increases and send it back, which we won't accept, and the bill will die. Mr. Speaker, I've been here for 2 budget battles. Just a few years ago, we almost shut the state down over a disagreement in 40 cents of tobacco tax. The governor has presented us with a flat budget and says that he intends it to be that way over the course of the next 3 years. He's also not provided us with a 6-year plan that we've had every year from the best I can tell since the 90s. And I've got one here that goes back to 2007, which is on the budget office's website. If you go to that site, you can see those 6-year plans. And you can also see that in those 6-year plans, the projected growth and the actual growth doesn't add up. The folks in the Revenue Department do a great job, but as Yogi Berra said, predictions are hard to make, particularly about the future. If you have any confidence of these projections of 2% growth or more, then I've got some land in Raleigh County I want to sell you for the next West Virginia Disneyland. We're not looking at a flat budget in the years ahead. We're looking at a flat line budget, and that's because the revenues just ain't going to be there. Last year we were living off Donny dollars. Now it's Biden bucks, and next year it's going to be Joe's dough. Billions of dollars of federal stimulus is propping up the West Virginia economy and the West Virginia budget, and we all know it. This is the wrong time to be doing this. It isn't going to last. And that's the reason for my amendment. This bill basically does 2 things. The first part is the Linville Household Personal Income Tax Reduction Fund bill that passed the House last year with bipartisan support. 89 to 8. 53 members of this body voted for that plan. That bill does, and what my amendment still does, is preserve the concept of a personal income tax reduction fund, where we slosh off money, primarily from lottery, but some other sources, to buy down the personal income tax rate over time. One way to think about that is buckets. So we have a personal income tax reduction bucket. So we're all familiar with buckets, or some of us are that have been here, that lottery produces every year, that shows the money that's pouring through the system. Now, unfortunately, what we do is we put lots of little money in the bucket. We put some revenue, we put some lottery money in a bucket, and then we put some excess money in the lottery bucket, and then we peel some new money off some other things, we put it in the bucket, and then when the buckets fill up, we take this bucket, we tip it out, and then accelerate the reduction of the personal income tax plan. It's not a bad idea. I mean, you save money for something in the future, all right? I have some concerns about it. The biggest concern is that money going to be there? And that's the purpose of that amendment. What my amendment does is add one item to that bucket list. And that's the state's portion of any tax revenue derived from the sale of cannabis for adults for non-medical uses. It doesn't legalize cannabis. And basically, with 2 weeks to go, if you're in favor of the state doing this, which we should have done years ago, you should support this amendment. This is your chance to show that you support raising new revenue and not raise taxes. It just says that when we finally get around to doing what our neighboring states have done, the federal government is eventually going to do anyway, and we will do here. At some point, that money will go into the personal income tax reduction fund. It doesn't take money from our existing medical cannabis program that we authorized in 2017 and still don't have any product, that's costing us $1 million to regulate. What it does, it puts money in the bucket, lots of money in the bucket. And that's money we're going to need to prevent cutting programs or raising taxes as soon as next year. We're going to need a bigger bucket. Mr. Speaker, that's my amendment. I reserve the right to close and ask for the ayes and nays.
The question is on adoption of the amendment just explained. Is there debate on the amendment? The gentleman to 64th, second householder is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and ladies and gentlemen. The gentleman is correct. This amendment would fund the income tax reduction fund with monies that no law authorizes to be collected today. So these funds may be worthy of supporting the elimination of the PIT if they ever become legal, but until they do, I'm going to have to urge rejection.
Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the gentleman is recognized to close debate on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I respect my friend too much to get into a debate on this issue on the floor, and I'm not in finance anymore because of my poor math skills, but I can count. So I know how this is going to go. So, but let me just say very quickly, if I can, with less than 2 weeks to go, we've not seen the adjustment letter or the revised revenue estimates from the governor. This evening we'll get our first look at the chairman's budget. That budget will have to incorporate in some way $75 million, and then $150 million every year moving forward, right, to pay for the things that we're going to do. We haven't done a lot around here to raise additional revenue. Sell some booze on Sunday, concealed carry permit from out of state, advertise for lottery, and that's about it as far as raising additional revenue around here. So my amendment is offered in good faith to try to raise some additional revenue to help us to do those things as we move forward. So with that in mind, I'd ask for your support for my POT amendment for PIT. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
A roll call vote on the amendment is demanded. Is the demand sustained? The demand is sustained. The question before the House is on the adoption of the amendment. Those in favor of adoption will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there are 29 ayes, 71 nays, and 0 members absent. Less than a majority in the affirmative. Chair declares that amendment lost. Clerk will now report the first strike and insert. So there are 2 comprehensive strike and insert amendments offered. Consistent with past practice of the House, the chair will recognize the sponsor of each to explain the strike and insert amendments. Then, at the conclusion of both explanations, the House will open debate on both strike and insert amendments, and then we'll take discussion on each strike and insert amendment in turn, followed then by a vote on each strike and insert amendment. If either is adopted, it will preclude consideration of the other. So let's begin with consideration of the first strike and insert amendment.
Delegates Doyle, Boggs, William, and Hornbuckle move to amend the bill. This is HFA Doyle, Boggs, William, and Hornbuckle 3-25.
Is there objection to having the amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman to 67th, Douglas Doyle, to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're about to apparently embark on a pretty big change. And before we do that, those of us who are sponsors of this amendment think we need to test it out just to make sure that whatever we do is going to work. That's always a good idea, I think. So the proposal in this amendment is actually quite simple. Each taxpayer will get a $150 tax cut for 1 year. Now remember, that is quite simple. Any taxpayer asks, what is my tax bill going to be for this year? The answer is it's $150 less than it would have been if this amendment does not pass. Now, there are a number of complicating factors that argue for this to be one time. One is all of this COVID money we're getting from the federal government. We're not sure yet exactly how this is going to play. And this amendment makes sure that whatever we do, we don't accidentally get afoul of the rules and cost ourselves perhaps significant federal money by doing something that is against those federal rules. So anyway, we want to give the taxpayers of West Virginia a tax break, but we want to do it without getting afoul of the federal rules. Now, if the members will take a look at this chart, we will see the difference between, oh, I have it upside down, thank you. Well, I wasn't looking at it, come on. We will see the difference between the contents of Senate Bill 3300 as it came to the floor and the amendment as proposed by the four of us. Let's take a look at this married couple in the middle here, making between $35,000 and $55,000 a year. So let's call it $45,000 to be right in the middle. Under the language of the amendment of the bill as it exists now, each one of those two gets $14. A $14 tax break. Under the amendment, each of them gets a $150 tax break. Now, this means that if this amendment is rejected and the contents of the bill, the current contents of the bill, end up passing, it'll be 4 years before this couple gets the same tax break they would get in 1 year from this amendment. Now, let's look down at this poor lady down here at this end, making $20,000 a year or less. Hang on, let me turn it around so the folks in the back can see. That poor soul will never catch up if the current contents of the bill get adopted. But wait, you might ask, Mr. Speaker, the current contents of the bill promise a much, much larger tax break than your amendment. Who comes out ahead? Very simple. It's these people on the upper end. 88% of the tax break in the bill with its current contents goes to people making more than $200,000 a year. Now, been a lot of complaints lately about how our state's been losing population. That's true. But that's the symptom. That is not the disease. The disease is a weak economy, meaning no opportunities for people here. That's why they're leaving, and that's why they're not going to come even if we do away with the income tax. We must provide opportunities. Now, want to fix the economy? We, the sponsors of this amendment, think the best way to do it is get money in the hands of people who will spend it now and spend it here. And this means on the right side of the chart here, folks, as you see it. That's how to fix the economy. Not giving it to folks, a large number of whom will not spend the money here. They will invest it in other states and overseas. Now, it is also said that we can depend to some degree on natural growth in the budget. That we can have a flat budget, but natural growth will take care of the problem. I served on the Finance Committee for 19 years. Natural growth over a period of time simply mirrors inflation. If we rely on that, we'll go a dozen years before we can ever offer any pay raises to school teachers, school service workers, state troopers, or other state employees. That's what we're getting ourselves into, unless after 2 or 3 years we realize this didn't work and we end up adopting the governor's plan, which replaces the income tax with a bevy of nuisance taxes that nobody likes. Our proposal in this amendment is simple, it is fair, and it is fiscally responsible. For that reason, Mr. Speaker, I recommend the members adopt the amendment. Thank you.
Clerk will report the second strike and insert comprehensive amendment.
Delegate Bates moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Bates 3-25, number 1.
Are there objections to having this amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman at 30 to explain this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to, a tough act to follow. I may have to object to explaining my own amendment, but my amendment's very simple. What it basically does is preserve the buckets. All right, preserves that process. We go back to what we did last year. Send the bill to the Senate that already got to second reading, was on second reading, 3 days to go, and they pulled it to the House calendar, probably because they didn't understand it, to be honest. Let's send them that again. Let's see if we can get something across the line. I want to vote to reduce personal income taxes, but I'd like to enact a reduction in personal income taxes. I'm not convinced, as it's structured right now, that bill will see the light of day over there. So that's what my amendment does. Simply preserves the concept of the buckets, but eliminates the requirement that we put $150 million a year into buying down this thing and predetermining how we're going to get rid of it over the course of 12 years. This is a $2 billion decision. Right, and we all know we can't bind future legislatures. You know, if we get into trouble, there's things that we can do. But basically, this has got a $2 billion price tag, $150 million a year, year over year over year over year. So I think it's the wrong time to do this right now. If you look at the governor's budget presentation, personal income taxes surged by 32% in fiscal year 2022. And it's all transfer payments. It's all money that's come from the federal government. It's all going to dry up here over the next little bit, right? And we're going to be in problem. We're going to have problems. So that's my amendment. I ask for the ayes and nays. Thank you.
Both comprehensive strike and insert substitute amendments have been explained. The question now before the House is both amendments. Debate is now in order on both amendments. At conclusion of debate, the chair will put the question first on the first amendment explained. If it is adopted, it will become the bill. If it is rejected, the chair will put the question on the second amendment explained. If it is adopted, it will become the bill. If it is rejected, we will then resume consideration of the bill as it was before the House, before the amendments were explained. Gentleman at 34, Doggett Boggs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to rise in support of the First Amendment as explained by my friend from Jefferson, the 67th, Delegate Doyle. This is an amendment. I think everybody agrees that we would like to see a tax cut. This tax cut would be in the same amount as the underlying bill. but it would do it for 1 year. But that doesn't limit it to being for 1 year. It just would be for 1 year. And the reason for that is out of fiscal responsibility and responsibility to the people that we represent. The amount would still be the same. It would be more fair because it cuts all the way across all of the lines, and everyone would be $150 for those filing individually, $300 for those filing jointly. It wouldn't have the disparity on the one extreme, the low income end versus the high income end. This is a fair amendment. But I'll tell you a better reason, if that's not enough. We've got a lot of money coming in, as the gentleman from Raleigh mentioned. We have transfer payments. We've had a lot of federal money coming in, continue to come in. We need to really find out. The Treasury Department hasn't even put out the rules yet about what we can do and what we can't do with the most recent round of federal money that's coming to our state and all across the country. I think it would be the right thing to do, the responsible thing to do, is to wait until we get those rules. In the meantime, we can still leave here having cut taxes in the same amount as the underlying bill, but we will come back, look at it during the interim, Mr. Speaker, look at it during the interim at length. We will have a better idea of what is coming down as far as the federal money, how we can use it. We can check and find out if the bump in payments, including some extra state income tax payments, it may be only for 1 year because of some other unemployment taxes and some different things. Make sure that we're not looking at something that we can't afford. And if we can afford it, God willing, everybody in this chamber will be back again next year. My friends on the other side of the aisle, you will still be in control. You will still have the opportunity to plow forward either for another year or multi-years, as the chairman's plan indicates. I just really feel, and with the conversations that I've had, not only within the body, but with folks in the district and around the state that have contacted me, and I've contacted them and reached out, it's a responsible thing to do. Everybody wants to get on the tax cut train, me included. But I want to make sure that that train doesn't take us where we don't want to go. We have asked, and we have yet to get, a 6-year plan from the administration. We have no idea what their predictions are for where we're going to be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years down the road. We start down a road, and I know that my friend the chairman has told me, and I think he will probably say, that the legislature can stop at any time they want to. Well, sometimes it's easier to opt in than it is to opt out. We can go home, tell our constituents, and show our constituents that we provided a fair and equitable tax cut all across the board, but yet we did it in a responsible way to make certain during the interim, and when we come back this time next year, if we have the resources, if we have a long-term plan, we can plow forward and we can go from there. So I'm certainly not slamming the door on the chairman's plan. I think it's a great start, but to me, this is something that I feel like is the most responsible way to go forward. My dad is a pretty wise old bird at 90 years old. And when he was teaching me to drive, the very first thing he told me when driving at night, he said, don't overdrive your headlights. And you all know what that means. Just assume that the road ends as far as you can see. Don't overdrive your headlights. This underlying bill, we're overdriving our headlights because we don't have all the information we need to make this kind of a plan. This amendment, we do have everything that we need, and we're not going to put at risk whether it's real or the concern is there for things like Promise Scholarship, senior citizens programs, all the different things that all these 15 or 16 different items that would fill the buckets, where it would come from. 1 year plan, we can come up with the funding. The budget is yet to come out of committee. That will be soon. We can do this for 1 year, have the same effect, and come back and do it responsibly in the out years. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to support and adopt the amendment as explained by my friend from the 67th. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman of 64th, Douglas Householder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And ladies and gentlemen, I think our citizens are wanting not just one-time tax relief, they're wanting ongoing tax relief. And the amendment from the gentleman from the 67th would basically remove the entire provisions of the bill, so I'm going to urge rejection.
The gentleman of 36, Douglas Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're about ready to go down the Yellow Brick Road, straight to Kansas. The amendment is a good amendment. What it does is the main feature of the bill before us is every single year we're going to see at least $150 million taken out of the state budget. Now, in year one, we might be able to manage that. And this amendment says go with year one, and then in an election year, we can come back and make a further reduction if that would be necessary. But what we are looking at on the bill without this amendment is using a lot of the funds that are dedicated to be put into the personal income tax fund, programs that we really need and like the Promise Scholarship program gets $29 million out of excess lottery. The Education Improvement Fund for Higher Education gets $15 million out of that. Economic Development, $19 million. Now you're only going to probably take about half of these numbers, but you're still significantly cutting these programs. Infrastructure, $46 million. State debt reduction, $20 million. DHHR Medicaid money, $66 million. The total ticket on excess lottery is $340 million. And we take half of that, that'll get us the $150 that we need for 1 year's reduction. And here's the problem. You might say, well, Larry, we only need to figure out a couple, 3 or 4 years, and then we can go from there. Okay. Let's look at year 4. The reduction in state revenues to put into this plan is $600 million. Now, this amendment directly addresses the problem with this bill, and that is that it's just relentless. $150 million you've got to find every single year and add it on. So in year 5, it's $750 million. You say, well, what about year 4 again? Year 4, remember, is whenever the voucher program kicks in. We're going to need $110 to $150 million to pay the vouchers. And when you step back and look at what we're doing, you've got to say, do we really have to pay for what we're doing? Yes, you've got to pay for it. You've got to pay for those vouchers when you promise them to people. And in year 4, you're going to find $650 million budget hole whenever people are looking to get their voucher program going. You can't do it. I mean, I really believe that if you look at this vote on this amendment, you are making a choice about the voucher program. You go, but Larry, it's not in this bill. But, when you deal with the budget and finances, you got to pay for it. What are the services in state government that we pay for? It's really simple. Roads, education, and health care. It's really that. And then we fix the Capitol Dome, and we do several other things. By the way, fix of the Capitol Dome is in excess lottery, too. So what are we going to do? I mean, are we screaming out for tax reductions? I'll just point out that the 2020 Tax Foundation booklet that I think everyone got shows that West Virginia has, of our 5 states that are surround us, Ohio, Maryland, Virginia, Kentucky, Pennsylvania. When you look at those, we have the lowest state and local tax burden among those states. We're below Maryland, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Ohio, and neck with Kentucky. You say, well, how is that? Well, our property taxes there are only 3 states in the country that have property taxes lower than ours. We're 46 in property tax. This is an inexpensive state to live in, particularly for retirees. Now, you say, but Larry, we're talking about the individual income tax. What's the story on that? Maryland's tax is $2,300, Virginia's is $1,500, Pennsylvania's $13,000, Kentucky's $13,000, Ohio is $1,200, and guess where West Virginia is? $9,098 per capita. Now, you say, well, we want to give people some tax relief. We certainly do. There's no question about that. Can we afford it? Is this going to take us down the yellow brick road to Kansas again, where they crashed the budget? Is $600 million available to us in 4 years? We're not going to get that out of growth, whether it's inflation or any other growth. We know that the COVID is a problem in terms of looking at our current revenue funds, because we've gotten so much stimulus money into the state and local governments. So can we afford it? Can we afford a plan that requires $150 million every single year to be taken out? But please understand, it's not $150 million. That's year one. Year two, it's $300. Year three, it's $450 million. Year four, when the voucher programs to kick in, $600 million has to be paid into this fund so that we can give tax breaks. And please remember that the tax breaks that are in the plan really help the high-income earners. It's been estimated by the Center for the Budget that anybody making less than $55,000 a year does not get a benefit. So, and when you look at the low-income workers, think about this. It takes 3 hours for somebody on minimum wage to buy a loaf of bread, a jar of peanut butter, a jar of jelly, and some Tide detergent. 3 hours, $20-some that they get to go to work. And some people say, well, you can't find people to do work. Well, would you go to work for a jar of jelly, peanut butter, and bread to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and have detergent to clean the clothes for your family? 3 hours worth. Those folks are paying income tax. It's just wrong to have people who have incomes of $10,000 to pay a dime in income tax. So when we look at this issue, we need to look at who's going to be helped, who's going to be hurt. And the folks who are helped are going to be high-income earners. The people who are hurt are the ones who are low-income earners. And I just urge the members to think about the road that we're on. And can we afford in year four a $600 million cut in services? And ultimately, we're talking about almost 40% of the state's income being cut. And it's not going to happen tomorrow. It's a slow bleed, but it's scheduled in the bill without the amendment from the gentleman from the Eastern Panhandle. It's going to be there. 40%, if you want to take 40% of the numbers, envision this. Think about a road crew. You got 10 guys making pothole repairs. And you go, well, 40% reduction there, that instead of 10, we'd have 6 employees. And you go, well, maybe we don't need those 4. Well, that's 4 jobs gone. But what about the asphalt? What's the cost of the asphalt for the pothole repairs? We just took 40% off of that. So think about the future. Think about your vision for West Virginia. Have a vision that pays for the tax cuts that we do, a vision that accounts for it. The amendment before us, a green vote on this amendment, will prevent all of those problems from occurring. You can have the voucher program that's been passed by this body. You can have reasonable government, and you still have, according to the Tax Foundation, one of the lowest tax structures in the country right now. So I'd urge that the members, maybe we should use a little poetry. So goodbye, Yellow Brick Road, vote no.
The gentleman to the 16th, Doug Linville's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the lead sponsor of the First Amendment that we'll be voting on yield for a question? The gentleman from the 67th.
To the erudite gentleman from Cabell, I would be happy to yield.
Well, much appreciated. Thank you for the compliment. First question, the chart you had that was upside down. Can you tell me who prepared that? I think I see a logo at the bottom right. It was at the top left.
Certainly. It is the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy, which is a D.C.-based think tank that studies tax policy in all 50 states.
The logo looked a whole lot like the Center on Budget and Policy.
Well, yes, the Center on Budget and Policy got the information from that D.C.-based institute. So
Okay.
it's the Institute on Taxation that gave us the numbers you see.
Okay, and then they were claiming like a very small tax cut for a married filing jointly family making just a little less than $50,000. Was that what you'd explained?
Between $35,000 and $55,000. That's this number right here. In the first year of the plan that is currently embodied in House Bill 3300, each of them. And I used an example of someone filing jointly. Down here, I used an example of a single filer. A single filer here in this category would get $14 in the first year, then would get $28 in the second year, total of $42. Then would get an additional 14 in the third year, taking it up to 56.
Sure.
So it would be, when you put all of them together, it would be in year 4, they'd come up with something like $140, where under our plan, they get $150 right away.
Sure. So I guess one of the questions that I have, was that created before or after we just passed an amendment which would eliminate the marriage penalty?
I got this quite recently.
Well, I mean,
when was that amendment passed?
About a half hour ago.
Okay, then no.
Okay, so then clearly we couldn't rely on that, and the bill in the current form that it's in has a significant reduction for folks in that particular instance. Because are you familiar with?
But not for single filers.
Well, certainly not. But for
right,
married filing jointly, it's no different. Or rather, for single, it wouldn't be any different. But for married filing jointly or separately, actually, there was a tremendous tax cut that we just passed that's now included in this bill. I mean, are you familiar with the marriage penalty as it currently exists?
Yes, generally. I'm not married, but I'm familiar with the concept.
Okay, so one of the big things here is that it would appear that if you were married and then you were filing jointly, that your tiers on the tiered income tax system currently were the exact same as a single individual filing independently. And then if you filed separately, that all those were cut in half. And so your graduated tax system actually was accelerated for married people. There's a big penalty for that.
So I think I hear you saying that would fast forward the schedule for a couple filing jointly.
Absolutely.
So maybe they catch up after the second year rather than the fourth year.
Oh, well, certainly, absolutely. The secondary question that I have for you, sir, is does your
they still get more money they still get more total money this year out of ours than they would get in 2 years after the current plan.
Sure, but what about
currently
year
embodied.
6? What about year 6? In the bill that's before us, as it sits.
Oh, in year 6, they would already have caught up, but I'll tell you who would not catch up, and that's the folks over here on the right side. And these are the folks that really are going to spend every penny they get and spend it now and spend it in West Virginia.
I'm sorry that I can't see that, but you do feel good about relying on something from the Center on Budget and Policy, is that right?
I do, yes.
So they emailed this to us here. It says House income tax proposal would lead to massive revenue losses. But do you notice that on here it says that under the policy?
I can't see that.
Okay, well, I couldn't see yours. It's in your email. But interestingly, they say that in year 10, with no further action, that our personal income tax collections would be $2.877 billion, or essentially a 40% increase in taxable personal income based on the policies that this majority has put in place. And so it would seem like us, just the current path that we're on and the growth that your source, says that we would see in 10 years, that it doesn't seem like it would be doom and gloom and people would end up with more money in their pocket.
Not having seen the chart you're talking about, I don't know how to respond to your question.
Okay. Well, the final question I have for you, so your plan would completely eliminate what we just adopted, which was the elimination of the marriage penalty in the state of West Virginia. It's a strike and insert, so it's only what you have in there. Is that right?
No. Oh, no. The plan in this amendment would do nothing of the sort. It would include that marriage penalty. Actually, it would increase the tax break that married couples would get. It would be more than just $150 per person.
I thought this was a strike and insert amendment. You struck out the entire remainder of the bill and just had what you guys had written, those two small sections.
It is.
So the marriage penalty would continue to exist.
If that's what you call it, what I'm saying is this would not preclude at some point adopting that type of provision to put in here.
Sure. Got it. Okay, thank you very much.
And again, the amendment was adopted before the language you're talking about was put in there.
Sure.
It was submitted on Friday, and we were not allowed to change it for the floor session here.
Sure, got it. Okay, I'll address the amendments before us. Mr. Speaker, I feel quite certain that we need to preserve the removal of the marriage penalty that this House just adopted on a voice vote. As has been determined here, it looks like one of the largest detractors of our efforts, and every effort, in fact, that I've seen that would reduce income taxation, it appears that they believe that the leadership of this legislature and this executive would result over the next 10 years in a 40% increase in taxable personal income for the state of West Virginia. I think that we need to eliminate the marriage penalty and encourage people to be full households and to stay together. And in addition to that, I think that our people need more money in their pocket. I feel like the plan that we have before us is a good plan which would accomplish that, and accordingly, I would urge rejection of both amendments.
The gentleman, the 35th, Douglas Scaff's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the gentleman would yield for one quick question.
Certainly.
Last year, I believe we had a bill, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was like 89 votes passed, bipartisan. Yes. Was that bill for a one-year tax plan?
That bill was not for a one-year tax plan. That bill was for in perpetuity until the personal income tax was eliminated, as is this.
So compared to this bill, it says we wanted to phase out the personal income tax to the taxpayers over 12 years. That's the difference?
Yes, that's the general
What's the difference from last year's bill?
The general difference in the two bills was that the other one was open-ended, and we didn't have quite a lot of support from our colleagues on the other end of the building. And so I was, in crafting that piece of legislation, trying to make sure that there was no impact whatsoever in the current budget. And this year we've had the will to be able to make those modifications. And just to quote the Minority Chairman of Finance, what's beautiful about this plan that we have in front of us is, as he said, it's easier to opt in than to opt out. And so this sets us on that path. And so that's why I feel that this is an even better option for us.
We just heard a comment about this amendment. Just curious, what changed from last year where we passed the bill almost unanimously that guaranteed at least a one-year reduction in the personal income tax? And we told the taxpayers did it for 1 year. So what's any difference than this when they're guaranteeing them that we're going to deduct their taxes for 1 year, guarantee them that deduction for 1 year, when last year's there was no certainty that it was going to go past 2 years or that 1 year. This year, what changed?
To which amendment are you referring?
Delegate from the 67th.
Sure. So that one is limited to a very specific amount of money that would be returned to each taxpayer, and completely leaves out the small business owners that have been struggling through the COVID-19 pandemic. And those small business owners have been crying out for relief. And in general, it's generally been monetary relief. But I think that's an incorrect way to look at this, because the reality is that the government takes taxes from them and then they come asking for it back. Why don't we just leave it with them?
Okay, but to answer my question, this is guaranteeing a tax break for this 1 year. Last year's plan, there was no guarantee past 1 year, correct?
in last year's plan. This plan that we have before us, which is the state of the bill before us.
That amendment was the same as last year's. It was okay to do it last year, but it's not now okay to do it
That
this
amendment
year.
is not the same as last year's. That's a $150 tax cut.
Is a guarantee for 1 year.
For 1 year, and that's it. The one that from last year was in perpetuity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No guarantee past the first year.
I'm sorry?
No guarantee that they would get a tax break past the first year.
In last year's bill?
Yeah.
Last year's bill had a personal income tax reduction fund, which every time funded would have an automatic trigger for a reduction in personal income tax until it's gone.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 51st, Doug Williams, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would my friend from the 16th please continue to yield? Thank you, sir. I just want to clarify one thing that you were talking about. So the graphic from the Center of Budget and Policy, was that titled House Income Tax Proposal Would Lead to Massive Revenue Losses?
That is the title.
Okay, I just want to make sure. And when you were looking at that, you said that this plan would lead to revenue of $2.8 billion. Is that what you said?
They say that regardless of the plan, that if everything were remaining the same, that our personal income tax collections in 10 years would be $2.877 billion. Now, the only way that you get personal income tax collections is taxing personal income. And so they feel that all else being equal, that the income of the people of the state of West Virginia will rise 40% in 10 years, and I'm very proud of that.
Okay, thank you very much.
You bet.
Gentleman the 30th, Doug Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just very briefly, let me just do some questions about last year's bill and this year's bill. The difference between what we voted on and passed out of here with 80-some votes last year, is it had triggers in it? All right, what we're doing right now, doesn't have a trigger, it has an accelerator in it. So that's really the fundamental difference between those two plans. But in the spirit of efficiency and also the spirit of unity, after listening to the debate and the comments by the Chair and Vice Chair of Finance, I ask unanimous consent to withdraw my amendment.
Are there objections? No objections are heard. The second comprehensive amendment will be withdrawn. Is there further debate? Gentleman 67th, Doug Doyle is recognized.
To close, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a couple of points. The gentleman from Cabell mentioned that our amendment does nothing for small business people. Actually, it does. Under West Virginia's personal income tax structure, really small businesses, most of the people who own them, pay their taxes through the personal income tax. So this does give them a significant break. And again, as the gentleman from Braxton pointed out, we are restricting it to 1 year for one reason, and that is to two reasons. One, to make sure that the theory works, and secondly, to make sure we don't get afoul of COVID. Now, the gentleman from, I think, let me say this. The Chair of Finance is not only an honest and honorable person, he is a highly intelligent person, and I've come to know that from serving with him. I have no doubt that he thoroughly understands the intricacies of this convoluted tax plan that he has presented to us in House Bill 3300. But I seriously doubt if the average person will understand it. The average person will understand the plan in the amendment. Whatever your tax bill would have been, it's $150 less. It is clear, it is simple, and it is fiscally responsible. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I think we should adopt it. Thank you.
Question before the House is the adoption.
I'd like to ask for the ayes and nays. Thank you.
Question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. A roll call vote is demanded. Is the demand sustained? The demand is sustained. The question before the House is, shall the amendment be adopted? Those in favor of adoption will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there are 23 ayes, 77 noes, and 0 members absent. Less than a majority in the affirmative. The chair declares that amendment lost. Clerk will read the bill a third time.
House Bill 3300 relating to reducing personal income tax rates generally.
Gentleman from the 64th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the bill would reduce personal income taxes by percentages based upon existing tax brackets in an amount that would approximate a $150 million per year reduction in PIT revenues for current year 2022. For current year 2023, the Tax Commissioner will first measure the PIT revenues actually received in the fiscal year 2021 and determine the amount of further percentage reductions that would have approximated $150 million per year reduction in PIT revenues for that year. Then the Tax Commissioner will reduce the tax rates for fiscal year 2023 or calendar year for 2023 by those percentage reductions. In like fashion, the Tax Commissioner will reduce tax rates by percentage reductions each year until the PIT is eliminated. In those years that there was a $100 million deposit from the new Income Tax Reduction Fund into the General Revenue Fund of the state during the current calendar year being measured by the Tax Commissioner, the percentage reduction would be based upon an amount that would approximate a $250 or $300 million per year reduction in PIT revenues received for the year being measured, effectively accelerating the reductions. The new Income Tax Reduction Fund would be funded by revenue sources listed below. If the balance of the fund reaches $400 million at the end of any fiscal year, then the Secretary of Revenue shall certify the same to the State Tax Commissioner on or before the next ensuing January 31st, and no later than 60 days following the certification. The Secretary of Revenue shall transfer the sum of $100 million from the Income Tax Reduction Fund into the General Revenue Fund of the state, and this process will be repeated in any following years if the balance of the fund reaches $400 million at the end of a fiscal year until the PIT is eliminated. After the PIT is eliminated, then the existing legislature will decide the fate of the ITR fund. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage, the gentleman from the 35th, Douglas Scaff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wasn't going to speak, but I feel compelled to. I heard a lot of arguments today, and I commend the Chairman of Finance. I do have a lot of respect for him, and this is a way better plan than we have seen on day 25 from across the lawn. But you know, I just question, a lot of things were brought up today. A lot of things were brought up today that as a conservative tax-paying citizen of this state, I can't help but bring them up for your attention, right? Last year, that was a great plan. It was a great plan. It was 89 votes, and we knew that it held us to that 1 year, $150 million. We knew we had it. We knew where it was coming from. Wasn't really affecting other services. The timing of this bill was brought up today. The timing, with uncertainty, with the federal relief and the COVID money, we may or may not be able to backfill these buckets with money that we get into our state. We will be penalized. There's an amendment in that federal stimulus plan that says we will be penalized if we cut taxes this year. The rules will come out in another 45 days. We may be penalized and not get all that money. And we may not be able to use that money to backfill if we cut taxes. So I question the timing. I'm not questioning doing away with the personal income tax. I'm not questioning let's phase it out. I get it. I want to do away with it too. But I question why now? Why today? Why on day 48 do we have to do this now? Let his bill come over here, let it die. We don't need to do this today. We don't know. Let's come back in the summer. Let's put a work group together. Forget about if it was a Democratic idea or a Republican idea. Forget about if that amendment was adopted by a gentleman from the 67th or the gentleman from the 27th. Who cares? Let's come together in a bipartisan manner. Let's pass a plan to get those 89 votes or more, to get 100 votes like we almost got last year. So I question the timing because of the stimulus money, because of where we are, and that's great that we're basing it on tax collections from this year. But like my gentleman from Raleigh said, those tax collections will be skewed. They will be skewed. We have artificial money coming into our economy this year from the federal stimulus money that we can't rely on every year. But we're going to base the next 12 years on this past year success on artificial money coming into our economy. That makes no sense. My colleague from the 27th and I, we had a frank conversation, on the candid conversation about, I don't know, 7 or 8 years ago, we passed legislation to do away with the tolls in southern West Virginia. They didn't go into effect for 4 years later, but we passed it. And the same debate came up, said, why would you handcuff future legislatures or legislators and future budgets when we don't know where the heck we're going to be at? We don't know the revenue. We don't know what our economy is going to look like 2 years from now, 3 years. Well, that was a 4-year plan. Well, guess what? I don't know if you guys have driven that turnpike. We didn't get rid of those. We passed a bill to eliminate them about 6 years ago. But guess what? The tolls, not only were they not eliminated, they went up. They went up because the state of our economy needed them. We couldn't do the road bond without those tolls. We couldn't pay for the potholes without the tolls. Things changed. And guess what? Things are going to change next year. They're going to change the following year. That's $150 million, and we can call it the word excess. Don't let excess confuse you. Yeah, it's excess, lottery funds. It just means it's not predetermined before we get it, but it's used, and it's going in the buckets, and it's affecting Promise, it's affecting veterans, it's affecting roads, broadband, infrastructure, higher education. Ironically, affecting all those things that we saw circulated in an email back 60 days ago on would you all be willing to consider cuts to these things if it meant eliminating the personal income tax. Ironic, coincidence, I don't know. Maybe not. The bottom line is I commend a plan that does not raise taxes. I'm all for, our colleagues are all for doing away with the personal income tax, but not at the risk of taking money from other programs, especially higher education, who's been cut to death, especially our students. What does this bill do right now? What does it do to attract our young professionals to West Virginia? They don't care if they pay an income tax or not. What's this do to keep our seniors here? We had a chance 2 years ago to eliminate Social Security overnight. We didn't do it. We phased it in. What does this do to help our small businesses? It'll help them. I'll give you that. What's it do to help our drug epidemic? Not much. So the bottom line is we have our priorities mixed up. I'm not about, our party's not, the Democrats, Republicans, we all want to reduce the personal income tax. But why do we have to do it today, on day 48? Let's kick this thing in the summer. Let's study it over interims, put a bipartisan work group together. Let's do it right. Let's do it responsible. Let's not handcuff and strap the hands of the future legislatures and legislators for years to come on something that is an artificial, inflated revenue that we will collect this year. So for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I think it's untimely and unwise, and I would urge a no vote. Thank you.
The gentleman of 51st State Williams is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, when I first entered this body 4 years ago, the biggest talking point, the biggest concern that we had, and many of you remember this, was $450 million shortfall. That's what we had, and that was right after a year in which there was a $400 million shortfall. And we sat down here for 60 days and wondered what we were going to do, and came back for a special session to address that problem. And now, just 4 years after we had a hole in our state budget that was greater than 10% of the whole budget, we're talking about these reductions. And now it's been said many times, and I'll say it again, the chairman of finance is a man for all seasons. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's talking about. It is laudable that we would look to cut taxes. But I fear that we are putting ourselves in the same position that we found ourselves in 4 years ago when we were split between broadening the base and raising new taxes that had never been assessed and cutting important essential programs that people depend upon. Both routes are routes that I'd like to avoid taking. And to give you an example of both of those, in the early 1980s, the biggest, most historic income tax cut happened at the federal level. We all know about those tax cuts, but what the history books don't frequently talk about is over the next 10 to 12 years, there were incremental increases on other taxes. Pensions, retirement plans, the payroll tax went up. And so when that legislative body was forced with the decision of how to fill that gap, they raised taxes on other people. I don't want to do that in future years in this legislature. But what I also don't want to do is to have to cut government programs. And I know that there's a lot of cynicism in this world about government programs. It's easy to look at a pot of $4.3 billion and say that large part has to be wasteful. But when you get right down to it, when you look through the state budget, when you see where that money goes to, it goes to our children. It goes to health care for our families and our elderly. It goes to our veterans. And so we must do everything that we can to ensure that we are not levying new taxes on new individuals and that we not risk blowing a hole in the programs that our constituents depend upon. And for that reason, I'll be voting no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the gentleman from the 64th wish to close debate on the bill?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You've heard today that there are no tax increases or any tax shifting of any kind that's in the bill before you. What does this bill do? It does give tax relief if you have from any source of income. So our small businesses, our pass-through entities, our farmers, individuals out here today throughout the state. What else does the bill do? It does control the growth and rate of spending. And that's important because many of our citizens have asked that they believe that our state spending is getting out of control. What else does it do? It does move our tax brackets in a pro-growth direction, and that's down. And that's what we want, to give honest and good tax relief to all West Virginians. And Mr. Speaker, this is a new Green Deal for West Virginia, not the one that you're thinking of, but a true Green Deal that puts money in your pocket. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 77 ayes, 23 nays, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 3300, relating to reducing personal income tax rates generally.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 3303, relating to clarifying the process of filling vacancies on ballots.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 35th to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This bill amends the West Virginia Code to clarify that no appointment to an unfilled ballot vacancy may be made after a primary election, except in cases of the subsequent death, withdrawal, incapacity, or disqualification of a candidate. We believe this to already be the law, but it has not been clearly specified sufficiently enough to prevent this from happening currently. That's the bill. I'm happy to take questions.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent or not voting. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 3303, relating to clarifying the process of filling vacancies on ballots.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Are there further bills on third reading? If not, bills on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 275, relating generally to the West Virginia Appellate Reorganization Act of 2021.
Are there amendments?
The Committee on Finance moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Fin AM 3-25.
Are there objections to having the amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 35th to explain the primary amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The primary amendment before you makes several substantive changes to the Senate bill as we received it, and I'll run over those, but it's just several large but substantive. So Happy to take questions after the presentation. First, it reduces the panels from 2 to 1. The Senate bill had 2 intermediate court panels, and we're reducing that number to 1 3-judge panel as opposed to 2 3-judge panels. The second provides that the West Virginia Supreme Court of Appeals, with its discretion, is permitted to reach down on any appeal and grab a case based on its discretion, meaning if there's an immediacy that a case needs immediate attention by the Supreme Court of Appeals, it's allowed to go down and grab that appeal before it gets to the Intermediate Court of Appeal. Third is a springing jurisdictional concept. In West Virginia right now, no case is guaranteed a right of appeal. It is only by rule of the court. The court has established rules that every criminal defendant is entitled to an appeal in front of that court. But again, that's by court rule. The court has also instituted a rule that all civil cases will be entertained either by a merits opinion or a memorandum opinion. What we have done here is guarantee that every criminal defendant in the state of West Virginia is guaranteed a right to appeal. And the way that that works is that in the event that the Supreme Court repeals their internal rule that provides and guarantees a right to every criminal defendant, those appeals would now come from circuit court directly to the ICA. So by this amendment right here, we are guaranteeing every criminal defendant will always have a right to an appeal in the state of West Virginia. So that's our springing jurisdictional concept. Another piece is the filing fees at the Intermediate Court of Appeals. The filing fees are $200 per case. So if you are a litigant and you are filing an appeal with the Intermediate Court of Appeals, it's a $200 fee, and those fees will be directed to the Ryan Brown Addiction Prevention and Recovery Fund for substance abuse. And the third, but probably most minor, is that the Supreme Court of Appeals will hear all lawyer disciplinary appeals. Now let me run over the numbers and tell you why this is so significant. The Senate, in its bill as it came over in the engrossed Senate version, we are cutting the cost of this court in half. We are slashing the cost of this court in half, which we believe to be good government for the first year, from $7.8 million to $3.6 million. Year after year, we are cutting it to a third of the proposed cost, moving it from $5.7 million to only $2 million a year to increase the efficiency of government. Mr. Speaker, that is the primary amendment, a summarization of which I'm happy to take questions on.
Are there amendments to the amendment?
Delegate Scaff moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Scaff et al. 3-29.
Are there objections to having the secondary amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, does the gentleman wish to explain the secondary amendment? Gentleman with 35th is recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate you. And good afternoon again, everybody. Let me get a glass of water real quick so I can be ready. I'd like to explain this amendment real quick, and quite simply, it's refocusing our priorities when it comes to this court. It's not. I'll read you a quick phrase. This amendment is basically would tackle the most pressing issue in our criminal justice system, public health and judicial systems, and the management and rehabilitation of adults whose drug addiction has impacted our state's children, rehabilitation of parents, abuse and neglect of those children due to addiction should be the state's judicial system's top priority right now. Through the establishment of a family drug treatment court, diverting any resources away from anything other than this right now, and focusing on Intermediate Court of Appeals before we do this is a misuse of limited government funds and takes the focus away from what's to be seen as the most critical issue facing our state. The implementation of this established Intermediate Court shall be basically put on hold until we have family drug treatment courts throughout our state in every district and region. Quite frankly, if family drug treatment courts, they have not been established by July 1st of 2021, all I'm simply asking is we delay action on implementing the intermediate corporate courts, which focuses on our corporations, until we have these family drug treatment courts in every district. I'm not trying to kill intermediate courts. I am just trying to reprioritize our focus on what we need right now. We've done nothing this session, please correct me if I'm wrong, to really focus in putting drug epidemic to the forefront. We had COVID last year. We had this pandemic. But before that, we had the drug epidemic. You know, most states have 20 deaths per every 100,000 people. You know what West Virginia's is? 3 times that. We have 61 deaths per every 100,000 people. But guess what works? Guess what works? These family abuse and neglect courts. So today we have a choice. And this amendment, clearly all this amendment does is say, let's slowly roll, let's slow down, let's put families, communities in need before the intermediate court, corporate court gets implemented. That's all we're doing. We're slowing down. I'd be happy to take any questions, and I reserve the right to close.
The question before the House is the secondary amendment. Is there debate on the secondary amendment? The gentleman to 26, Douglas Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There aren't many amendments that I've been this excited to speak to in a long time. Have you ever been to one of Judge Will Thompson's graduations for his drug court? He had one here not too long ago, actually in the chambers of the Supreme Court. On March 24th, he had one down in Boone County at the park down there, that's the water park. Judge Thompson has shown, Mr. Speaker, that these drug courts actually work. They give people a chance to regain their lives and their livelihoods. People who were once, addicted to this dragon of drugs are now slaying the dragon because of family drug courts. West Virginia has neglected so many people. We don't have them on all the counties. Matter of fact, they're only in a handful. Families that were torn apart by drugs have now been put back together. Crime has gone way down in the areas where we see these courts. There is a problem, though. We don't have enough of them. This amendment will make sure we get them. If we really want the primary bill passed, we need to look at this amendment. So, how bad is the drug problem in your area? In preparing for this talk today, I did some homework. And as you know, I taught school for a long time, and I've been honored to touch many lives. And one of those is a paramedic. I'm not sure if she's a paramedic or EMT. I think she's a paramedic. And she runs on one of the ambulances in McDowell County. And I spoke with her, and she told me what I thought were some rather disturbing facts. She says that heroin is our biggest problem. I don't know about your area. Some of us still think that just smoking pot's the biggest problem. Well, that's nothing. The heroin that's coming into our areas nowadays is basically all fentanyl with just a little bit of heroin. As a result of that, the overdoses have gotten crazy. Her statistics, not mine. 2 weeks ago, between Wednesday and Thursday, she ran 8 unresponsive overdoses. Last week, she ran 6 unresponsive overdoses. That's 14 in 2 weeks, average of 1 a day. Thankfully, our officers now are carrying Narcan. And in some communities, in my area, it's so bad that members of the community, people that live on these streets, are trained to deliver the Narcan and have saved lives. You know, I think the proof's in the pudding. We need to help put more drug courts in West Virginia. The Intermediate Court of Appeals might settle a couple of disputes between some landowners, but these drug courts save lives. Each county needs one, or at least one for every couple of counties that are close by. Mr. Speaker, when I look at the scales of justice, I think they should be tipped toward these drug courts. It makes sense. On March 24th of this year, Judge Will Thompson's drug court put 21 families back together. Just didn't help an addict. He put 21 families back together. Children that were taken from their parents, placed into the foster care system, a burden on the state now, are back with their mom and dad. Families of 24. Drug courts are problem-solving courts. Mr. Speaker, I, with all haste and everything in me, support this amendment. And I hope that my colleagues here in the House will do the same. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 45th, Doug Martin, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of my colleague from the 35th Amendment today, and I encourage all my colleagues to support it as well. Thank you.
The lady from the 4th, Doug Zukoff, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks for whoever got my my microphone fixed. I appreciate you. Yeah, Sean doesn't like to share. Yeah. Our Supreme Court docket isn't filled up right now. I'm going to be sharing some numbers with you tomorrow. Chief Justice Evan Jenkins spoke before our Judiciary Committee, and he shared the numbers from the last 5 years. And I'll be giving these out to you tomorrow. I'll put them on, have them delivered. But last year, the top tiered category of abuse was abuse and neglect at 303 cases. Out of 790 cases total that were heard, 303 of those were abuse and neglect. We've let this go for far too long. The Supreme Court docket isn't filled up, but you know what docket is? It's crowded with delayed abuse and neglect cases, and those numbers keep growing. Well, why is that? 14.3% of infants born in West Virginia may have long-term consequences due to exposure to drugs during pregnancy. Those children, many of them end up in our foster care system. Many of those infants' lives are changed forever when they are exposed to those drugs in utero. And my county, Marshall County, where I live, the last time that they did an analysis in 2017 of infants born drug addicted was #1 in the state, #1. In the last 5 years, 45 Marshall County residents have died from substance abuse overdose. It's a major issue. So friends, how on God's green earth can we help the million-dollar companies, the billion-dollar companies that want this intermediate court over our children who face abuse and neglect on a daily basis? I think this is a wonderful bill to help address that. It doesn't eliminate the intermediate court in the long run, but it helps us address those cases that are the most important, should be what's most important to all of us in this room. And I would ask that you vote yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman, the 35th, Doug Capito.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the secondary amendment and urge its rejection. I appreciate the comments, and quite frankly, other than the urge for adoption, I think I agree with all of them. but we need to lay out the facts. We need to lay out the facts. And one is that this amendment will do absolutely nothing to expedite further family drug treatment courts. If somebody can explain how, I would like that. And if somebody can put a bill before our committee upstairs or this body that would do that and expedite that, let's run it. Let's do it. In fact, we have one coming up that I think speaks to this. Right now, actually, what I think the minority may know, and to my friend and colleague with this amendment, is that it's not even possible. You can't even do this. So essentially, adoption of this amendment right now today would completely eviscerate the possibility of ever having an intermediate court of appeal under current West Virginia law. Completely. And additionally, why would we be creating some perverse incentive for our district courts to not implement a family drug court? Do we really want folks in our judicial system making a decision about whether to stand up a court directed at drug treatment in children based on whether they personally want the Intermediate Court of Appeal? Jiminy Christmas. There's 31 judicial districts in the state of West Virginia. We've had a wonderful experience in 4 of them, and I credit Judge Thompson down south. He's done a fantastic job. Unbelievable. And I hope that all 31 districts will follow suit. I really do. And again, if we have legislation that can help us do that, let's do it. I'm all in. I am all in. But this doesn't do that. 93, and the other issue that was raised was funding. 93% of family drug court funding comes from the federal government. We aren't pulling a dime away from these courts. We aren't pulling a dime away. And I agree, again, with the findings. Legislative findings are sometimes great to read, and I enjoy them, and I agree with all these. I think this is the biggest issue facing West Virginia right now. But this isn't the way. In fact, if we adopt the primary amendment, we're actually adding to our recovery tools in West Virginia because the funds for appeal go to the Ryan Brown Recovery Fund. So I think that the best way to help our families that are struggling in West Virginia to rise up is to create opportunity, And I think that opportunity is born from a good economy, from a government that supports a good economy, not with money, but with structure that can support economic growth, and I think that's what this bill does. And I have a separation of powers issue with this bill, and we've talked a lot about this. But we are charged in this body with making the laws and the timetables for implementation of those laws. And with adoption of the secondary amendment, we are abdicating all of that responsibility to the Judicial Department. So now they get to tell us when to implement our laws. They get to dictate the timetables by which we do that. And I don't know about you, but I didn't come here to abdicate my responsibility to the people of West Virginia, neither should you. And that is why we should reject the secondary amendment.
The gentleman from the 43rd, Doug Nestor, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start out by saying that I have the highest respect for the gentleman from the 35th. As you know, he's the chairman of the Judiciary Committee. I've learned a lot, had a great experience in that committee under his leadership. And it's with great difficulty that I stand up. I've been contemplating this Intermediate Court of Appeals for quite some time. As a trade, how I earn my income is I'm a practicing attorney. And as I heard the gentlelady from the 4th talk about 303 of our appeals to the now West Virginia Supreme Court of Appeals, 303 of approximately 700 to 800 are in the abuse and neglect arena. And with the implementation of this Intermediate Court of Appeals, those appeals are our Supreme Court's still going to hear those appeals. And now, with the implementation of the Intermediate Court of Appeals, it will no longer hear criminal appeals from circuit courts with litigants, defendants that are appealing to that court. And so if I understand the scope of the amendment is that we have and I don't need to, we want to implement our family drug courts in the circuit court system of the state of West Virginia before we spend any money on the Intermediate Court of Appeals. And let's be honest, most of our issues in the court systems, whether it be abuse and neglect or whether it be criminal law matters, all stem from drug abuse, how we were ravaged by this addiction problem for now going on close to a decade, 2 decades and a half, in my opinion. So having said that, we do a lot of speculation with regard to legislation. We're speculating that our tax bill, 3300, is going to phase out income tax. It's going to somehow increase our tax base through attracting businesses, attracting population increases. We're speculating on ESAs, and we're speculating on charter schools, improving the education in the state of West Virginia. So there's a lot of risk-taking here. But there's one thing about this amendment about that I don't have to speculate about. Nobody in this room has to speculate about. It's $5.1 million, okay? $5.1 million. Now, some may say that's a drop in the bucket in the grand scheme of things for what we do here as a state. And, you know, I think our total gross domestic revenue is somewhere in the $4.1 billion range. But I'll tell you what, $5.1 million to any sort of family drug court. I understand that there's 5 pilot programs right now. They're having a high success rate. And having said that, you know, like I was told before I got here, you know, you're supposed to vote with your heart, your constituency, and your conscience. And, you know, quite frankly, I'm a Republican, and I'm proud of who I'm affiliated with in that regard. But just because we have a supermajority doesn't mean we should do things just because we can do them. And when I look at something like this, and the way I understand the amendment to be is that if we go ahead and we implement these family drug court systems, perhaps, and we don't already have, and let's be honest with what Evan Jenkins had told the Judiciary Committee, we don't already have a real problem with judicial overload in this state. I mean, so I'm not real sure what this intermediate court's all about. I only know that it costs $5.1 million. And I can also tell you that each and every one of every family court matter that's appealed now to the circuit court will be appealed directly to there. And I can tell you right now, for those of you who've had a personal experience, and what I know about it from the legal profession, is that people will divest themselves of their cars, their houses, their 401ks, and their pensions. They will fight tooth and nail for the rest of their lives, destroying everything they have economically to get to that court, okay, to get to the Intermediate Court of Appeals. So we're going to get all kinds of problems from this. So again, we don't need it, but I think the amendment's well-founded in that we can take this money and use it to save a life rather than to protect some out-of-state company that doesn't contribute anything to our tax base, doesn't do anything for us. I don't see any progressive fields, baseball parks in the state of West Virginia. I don't see any MetLife stadiums. I don't see anything from these people. And until I do, I don't feel I owe him anything. But I owe the person that I'm sitting next to, his kids, his grandchildren, the people I run into at the diner in the morning on Sunday, I owe them and their children and their relatives a square shot and not being afflicted with a disease that's going to ultimately kill them, or I owe them a square shot as a legislator of helping them get rid and be treated for a problem that potentially could get resolved. And if we only save 1 or 2 or 3 lives with that $5.1 million, to me it's a lot better than tying this state up for out-of-state interests for years to come on some bogus, ridiculous thing that we don't need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge acceptance of the amendment.
Is there further debate on the amendment? The gentleman is 6. Delegate Kelly is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, everybody. I just want to stand up and kind of build on what my good friend from the 35th said a few minutes ago. We have a bill coming up. In fact, it's on first reading today, dealing with family drug courts. And if I may, just for a moment, the purpose of the bill is to make permanent the Family Drug Treatment Court pilot program to eliminate the ineligibility barrier for parents with prior involuntary termination of parental rights and of another child. So what I'm trying to say is, I think, to my good friend, I think we're addressing the issue. If we can be patient for 2 more days, we ought to have it on third reading and be able to do something with it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman 17th, Dr. Rohrbach, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to piggyback a little bit on what the previous speaker just said. In the last legislature, I was chairman of the committee that deals with this problem. And one of the more important things we did in that committee was Judge Will Thompson from the Boone-Lincoln District came up and talked to me one day in my office. He had this idea to create family drug courts. We did it. We created a pilot program. They're working marvelously. I urge anybody that has one near them to go and talk with the judge. Then this year, the chairman had the judge back. And as he said, we're going to get a chance on Wednesday to vote to make these permanent. It's no longer a pilot. Every district can have one. But as we prepare to vote on this, I want to give you one thing to think about that Judge Thompson told us, and I've heard from other judges. This is kind of a labor of love. And you really have to have judges that are committed to it. This is a treatment court. This is not a typical type of court. And it's the circuit judge, previously in Cabell County, actually one of the family court judges ran ours, and now it's run by a circuit judge. But this is a labor of love. And what I'm concerned about is if we make a particular individual do it that doesn't have the skill or the interest in it, in a particular instance, if the family court judge may have been interested, can't do it. It's got to be the circuit court judge. I'm just not sure we've done ourselves any favor. So I would argue to the body that I think you're going to get a chance on Wednesday to cast your vote and to cast it very strongly in favor of family courts in the state of West Virginia. And I think that I hope the members will support that on Wednesday. But I'm not sure this amendment actually goes as far as that bill's going to go. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, gentlemen, to close debate on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and great debate, and thank you for all that spoke. Last year, we came together as a body, bipartisan, and voted down the Intermediate Court of Appeals. We've had this Republican majority for 5 years now, and we have yet to pass the Intermediate Court of Appeals. Why is that? What changed from last year to this year? Last year's docket, the Supreme Court, wasn't that bad. It's even less this year. So now we're talking about adding Intermediate Court of Appeals, and the docket's even less. But I'll tell you what did change. Our drug epidemic is at an all-time high. It didn't get any better last year. It actually got worse. I lost a friend, 23-year-old, drugs 2 months ago. I lost a cousin 2 years ago. I lost a neighbor a year and a half ago. And every day I come up here and I say, I'm going to do whatever I can to focus on this drug epidemic and make that a #1 priority. You can't tell me my colleague over there from the 22nd doesn't affect your district. It's not affecting my colleague from the 25th, the 43rd. Every one of you knows somebody. Every one of you. You're right. 93% of that money for these courts that we're going to pass on Wednesday comes from federal funding, but there's still costs associated with that. $100,000 costs the state of West Virginia for case coordinators, for a specialized database. That's money. There's a reason why every district in the state doesn't have it yet, because they need money. We're going to spend $5 million. If you tell me, Doug, I'll give you $5 million, guess what? It might expedite those courts, those drug courts, those family abuse courts. $5 million can go a long ways in Wyoming County, Randolph County, Lincoln County. $5 million to create another layer of courts for corporate America so that they can get richer. And I got to go around, I'm going to sit in my local hot dog shop and tell a friend, what'd you do while you were up there? I passed an intermediate corporate court for $5 million a year, every year, instead of taking $5 million and helping expedite a bill that we should pass on Wednesday to provide extra $5 million to make these drug courts happen faster. There is an expense to that. The bottom line here is our priorities, ladies and gentlemen. It's our priorities, all right? We didn't meet it last year. The docket was low. It's even lower this year, but now we're going to pass it. Why are we going to pass it? Because we can. Because we can. It's one of those tools in that toolbox that we have to pass to some national criteria, tool in the toolbox. But you know what? Our toolbox, Mr. Speaker, keeps getting heavier and heavier. We passed all that stuff the last 5 years. I don't have to list all the things that we passed that the governor outlined that hasn't worked yet. So let's pass one more thing that we don't need that's actually going to cost $5 million. But guess what the rest of those other states maybe don't have in their toolbox or outside their toolbox? They don't have a drug epidemic like we do. They don't have neighbors dying at rapid pace. They don't have the largest amount of deaths per 100,000 people than any other state, but we do. We do. And we're going to sit here and we're going to spend $5 million. You know, you're right. My colleague from the 6th right. We will pass that bill on Wednesday. But guess what? Who knows how long it'll take? Who knows how long it'll take for all those districts and counties to implement that bill? Guess what we just passed? We passed a personal income reduction bill. How long is it going to take to get the personal income tax taken away? 12 years. I sure as heck hope it doesn't take 12 years to get a family drug court and a treatment court in every county just because we're passing it 2 days from now. But it could. It could. Who knows how long it's going to take? $5 million. I'm going to go home and I'm going to sit there and I'm going to vote yes for this amendment so I can tell my neighbors, my loved ones, my cousins, my aunt that lost her son, my neighbor that lost a 23-year-old to drugs, that I tried to get you an extra $5 million to help our cause here in West Virginia. I'm going to put communities in need instead of corporate greed. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge you to search inside and do the same. Thank you. I ask for the yeas and nays.
The question is on adoption of the amendment. Roll call was demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. The question is, shall the amendment explained by the gentleman from the 35th be adopted? Those in favor of adoption will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 28 ayes, 72 nays, and 0 members absent. Less than a majority in the affirmative. The chair declares that amendment lost. Are there further secondary amendments?
Delegates Bates, Young, and Fleischauer move to amend the bill. This is HFA Bates, Young, and Fleischauer 3-29.
Does the gentleman wish to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read? Are there objections? There are no objections. Delegate Bates is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a pretty simple amendment. There's been a lot of discussion around this bill, but if you actually read the text of the bill, the guts of it, the middle, almost like 60-70% of the bill, deals with reorganizing workers' compensation in the state of West Virginia. And I'll save a little bit of this for tomorrow, but basically there's a review process that goes on if your claim has problems. So if you get hurt in West Virginia and there's a dispute, either an employer or an injured worker disagrees with the decision that's been made. And I would point out that 80% of those disputes are actually from employers and only 20% are injured workers. But there are people that do that work. And there's about 35 people that work for the Office of Judges and a dozen or so that work for the Board of Review. And what we're doing is we're closing one of those offices and transferring some of the responsibilities to the other office. So there are some people who are going to lose their jobs. The information that I have is not all of those positions are going to be maintained. And these are individuals that have worked for the state of West Virginia faithfully for a number of years. Many of them are over the age of 40. I think 75% of them are over the age of 50. And these are good people that do good work. But they're very fearful right now that they're not going to have work to do because not all those positions are going to transfer. So what my amendment does, basically, it's taken from what we did when we privatized workers' compensation. If you go back far enough, the state ran all of workers' compensation. You didn't buy private insurance. And we made the tough decision to change that. And it turned out to be a good thing in all. There are problems, but it turned out to be a good thing overall. But what we did at that point is we made sure that these people that work for the state of West Virginia were given priority hiring. So, and that's what it does. It doesn't change the standards. It just says that if you're in one of these offices that we close down, you're going to have a priority in terms of hiring with the new officer judges, or be able to transfer elsewhere in state government. So these people don't work in my district. They work in some of yours. And I'd like to try to give them some security, some peace of mind when this bill passes, that they're not going to be thrown in the streets after serving us all very well. So that's the amendment, and I ask for your support and for the yeas and nays. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on the amendment just explained by the gentleman from the 30th. Is there debate? The gentleman from the 35th, Doug Capito, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Would my friend from the 30th yield?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm reading along the amendment here, and it states that if the Board of Review determines that the person is less qualified than other applicants for the job. Okay, so if I apply, if I'm on this list and I apply and I don't get hired, but I think that I'm more qualified, what's my remedy?
I really didn't get into that. I assume it would be the same remedy that anyone else would have through state government. I think we actually changed the grievance process by in some way, but I probably couldn't speak to that with any degree of expertise. But in my understanding, my reading of that is it doesn't lower the standards. It just simply says that it doesn't lower the standards. It just simply says that it's an equivalency. The gentleman's understanding may be different.
Well, I mean,
what's your concern, I suppose? What is your concern?
I guess my concern would be, are we creating a cause of action?
I would certainly hope not. That's not the intent. So that's not the intent. This is a very friendly amendment that's aimed to protect some people that have worked for the state of West Virginia for a number of years. And if there's a concern there by the gentleman, I'd ask that he support the amendment. I'd ask that the House adopt it, and if the Senate can accept it with further amendment and strike that provision out if they need to. But this is our last chance to give these people some degree of protection in terms of this change in their employer.
So I guess my concerns, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the secondary amendment and urge its rejection. I think we've discussed this, we've talked about this. We know that there are going to be changes that come to state government as a result. If this strike and insert is adopted and ultimately the bill is passed out of this chamber, we understand that there's going to be some structural changes in government. My concern with the gentleman's amendment is, my question is, we're going to create additional causes of action which result in higher costs to the state of West Virginia to defend these sorts of causes of action. I know it's a sensitive area. I do sympathize with that, but the gentleman mentioned, potentially alluded to, although he didn't say he was professional. I'm not a professional in this area either, but an employee that's not currently employed by the state of West Virginia probably wouldn't be considered a state employee and therefore would not come under the guise of a grievance board. It would be probably a full-on lawsuit. And we in the state of West Virginia would have to defend that lawsuit with tax dollars, and I think we're setting ourselves up for potentially a lot of them under this situation. And furthermore, as the gentleman from the 30th stated, I think that this is a feel-good measure, but unfortunately I don't think it really has any implication. If we're setting up a situation where you're allowed to hire the most qualified candidate, what's the point in having a list at all? It seems under here all you have to prove is that somebody was more qualified to get the job, then you don't have to hire the person from this list. And really, so all we're doing here, again, is creating a trap for a lawsuit. I don't think we need a list if we're permitted to hire the most qualified person. So again, I think there's problems with this. I understand the intent of it, I really do. But I do rise in opposition to it for those reasons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady from the 51st, Douglas Fleischauer is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the gentleman from Raleigh for thinking about this. We have a long history in this body of including provisions like this when we reorganize. And the gentleman from the 35th is right. We do reorganize every once in a while. But these are people who pay rent, who have kids in college, and all of a sudden this change, this reorganization that some people want to do is going to upend their lives. The least we can do is put them on a list for consideration of other positions. That's basically what this does. And I believe they would be entitled, they would have grievance rights, and that they would follow what happens whenever anybody feels like something that's happened to them that's negative. They file a grievance. And we have a grievance process that we have written into our law and which actually fulfills elements of our Constitution, that people have a right when there's state action, which there would be here, to file a complaint and to have their complaint heard. We did this when we closed Cole and Anderson. That was a very, very contentious debate. A lot of you, some of you weren't even born then, but we closed a lot of institutions in our state. And the people that worked there were very devoted to the people, the West Virginians who lived there. And we made a policy decision that people would be better off in smaller facilities in the community. And so what we did, we had language almost identical to this that said when those jobs were changed, and when that system was changed, that they would have a right to be on a list and be considered for future employment. This is not a big deal. These are just, 3 dozen employees? We should do this. It's the right thing to do. I urge a yes on this.
Is there further debate on the secondary amendment? If not, the gentleman from the 30th did reserve the right to close. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. And with no disrespect to the chairman, and he has a job to do, and I fully understand that. But yeah, this is language that's lifted straight out of what we did with workers' comp. I mean, we're talking about hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people that were affected when we did this. We're talking about 12 people. 12 people, all right, that have lived in fear for the last 48 days because they don't know if they're going to have a job. And I didn't come down here to create fear. So all this does is it says we're going to let these people go on a list, all right, and give them some sense that they've got an opportunity to transfer to a job at this new organized system within workers' comp, and if not, get a job somewhere in state government that they're qualified to do. That is it, all right? So if you want to protect these people and give them some sense of we're here to take care of them, then vote yes. And if that isn't your concern, then no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A roll call vote on the secondary amendment is demanded. Is the demand sustained? The demand is sustained. The question now is on the secondary amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the secondary amendment will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 29 ayes, 71 nays, and 0 members absent. Less than a majority in the affirmative. The chair declares the secondary amendment lost. Are there other secondary amendments? If not, the question now is on the primary amendment. The primary amendment. Is there debate on the primary amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the primary amendment will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The chair declares the primary amendment adopted. Are there other primary amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2266 relating to expanding certain insurance coverages for pregnant women.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2581 providing for the valuation of natural resources property and an alternate method of appeal of proposed valuation of natural resources property.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2592.
Lady of the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the bill be postponed one day.
Are there objections? There are no objections. Action will be postponed one day. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2667 to create a cost savings program for state buildings regarding energy efficiency.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2720, creating a merit-based personnel system within DOT.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 2768, supplementing, amending, and increasing an existing item of appropriation from the State Road Fund to the Department of Transportation Division of Highways.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2769, supplementing, amending, and increasing items of existing appropriation from the State Road Fund to the Department of Transportation Division of Motor Vehicles.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 2790, supplementing, amending, decreasing, and increasing items of existing appropriation to Division of Highways.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 2915, relating to public records management and preservation.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2927, adding caregiving expenses to campaign finance expense.
Lady of the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to postpone action one day.
Are there amendments? Or, excuse me, are there objections? There are no objections. Action will be postponed by one day. Next bill on second reading.
House Bill 3082, stabilizing funding sources for the DEP Division of Air Quality.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3106 to change the hearing requirement for misdemeanors to 10 days.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 3298, making a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Commerce, Department of Education, Senior Services, and Civil Contingent Fund.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 3304, authorizing the Division of Corrections and Rehabilitation to establish reentry and transitional housing program.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced. Are there further bills on second reading? If not, bills on first reading.
Committee substitute for House Joint Resolution 3, Property Tax Modernization Amendment.
Resolution will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2017, rewriting the criminal code.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2095, providing increased protections for the welfare of domestic animals.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2224, relating to complaints against public agencies to obtain records through the Freedom of Information Act.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2370, provide that public service districts cannot charge sewer rates for filling a swimming pool.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2488, relating to an occupational limited license.
Bill will be advanced.
House Bill 2730, relating to persons filing federal bankruptcy petition to exempt certain property of the estate.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2751, modernize the process for dissolution of municipal corporations in this state.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2876, modify the 5-year waiting period and 100-person minimum for an association health plan and to allow new flexibility granted under federal rules.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2884 to make changes to the FOIA law to protect public utility customers' databases from disclosure with exceptions.
Bill will be advanced.
House Bill 2908 relating to disclosure of information by online marketplaces to inform consumers.
Bill will be advanced.
House Bill 2918 relating to Family Drug Treatment Court.
Bill will be advanced.
House Bill 2997, adding a defense to the civil penalty imposed for a result of delivery of fuel to a state other than the destination state printed on the shipping document for fuel.
Bill to be advanced.
House Bill 3030 relating to gross weight limitations and road restrictions in Greenbrier and Pocahontas counties.
Bill to be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3036, sunsetting the Board of Sanitarians.
Bill to be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3072, sunset the Board of Forestry.
Bill to be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3074, relating to information on organ and tissue donations.
The bill to be advanced.
House Bill 3089, make utility workers essential employees during the state of emergency.
Bill to be advanced.
House Bill 3286, making a supplementary appropriation to the Division of Human Services, Child Care and Development.
Bill to be advanced.
House Bill 3287, making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Homeland Security.
The bill to be advanced.
House Bill 3288, supplementing and amending appropriations by decreasing and increasing existing items of appropriation in the DHHR.
The bill to be advanced.
House Bill 3289, supplementary appropriation to the Department of Commerce, Geological and Economic Survey.
The bill to be advanced.
House Bill 3291, making the supplementary appropriation to the Department of Homeland Security, Division of Administrative Services.
Bill to be advanced.
House Bill 3292, making the supplementary appropriation to the Department of Health and Human Resources, Division of Health.
Bill to be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3295, making a supplemental appropriation to the Division of Human Services and Division of Health Central Office.
The bill to be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3297, making a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Veterans Assistance, Veterans Home.
Bill to be advanced.
House Bill 3308, relating to increasing the number of video lottery terminals.
The bill to be advanced.
House Bill 3309, creating and funding a video lottery terminals modernization fund.
Bill to be advanced.
House Bill 3310, relating to the jurisdiction of the Public Service Commission.
The bill to be advanced.
House Bill 3311, relating to the cost of medical records.
Bill to be advanced.
House Bill 3312, establishing a memorial to child labor and child workers who died in the course of employment in this state.
Bill to be advanced. Are there further bills on first reading? If not, clerk has the availability of a conference committee report. Chair recognizes the gentleman, the 28th, Douglas Pack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your conference committee on House Bill 2263 has met and come to an agreement. The item of disagreement concerns how the rebates from the pharmaceutical manufacturers will be applied. The House version required this rebate be applied at the point of sale. This would lower the cost of the specific drug to the individual purchasing the drug by applying a portion of the manufacturer's rebate to that individual's copay. The Senate version required all rebates to be provided to the health care plan. The health plan would then use those rebates to reduce premiums and copay for the participants of the plan. The House language was adopted, but another sentence was added to ensure that any rebate which would result in an individual receiving money back at the point of sale would be returned to the health care plan provider to lower premiums for the plan. Additionally, rulemaking authority was provided to the insurance commissioner, and an internal effective date of January 1, 2022 was added. That's the committee report, Mr. Speaker, and I urge its adoption.
The question before the House is the adoption of the conference committee report. Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the conference committee report will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the conference committee report adopted. The question now before the House is the passage of the bill. Is there debate on the bill? If not, the question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 100 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 members absent. Majority having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Gross Committee substitute for House Bill 2263, update the regulation of pharmacy benefit managers.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Leaves of absence. Introductions. Miscellaneous business. Gentleman 48, Doug Queen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Late last week, we lost a former member of this chamber who served his state, community, and profession with distinction. Carmen J. Cann represented Harrison County in the West Virginia House of Delegates from 1961 to 1968 and was termed this weekend by our local newspaper as one of West Virginia's movers and shakers. Carmen was a graduate of the West Virginia Law School, and he practiced law in Clarksburg for more than 63 years. Many of you may know his son, Delegate Sam Cann, also served in this body from Harrison County. Carmen died after a brief illness at the age of 90. He leaves behind 7 children, 25 grandchildren, and 27 great-grandchildren. Mr. Speaker, members of this House, I ask that we stand and take just a brief moment of silence to remember the life and service of the Honorable Carmen J. Cann.
If all members and guests in the galleries will please rise, the House will observe a brief moment of silence. Members and guests may be seated. Is there further miscellaneous business? If not, lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, subject to announcements, that the House adjourn until 11 a.m. Tuesday, March 30th.
Are there announcements, lady from the 49th?
Your Committee on Rules will meet at 10:45 Tuesday in House Education.
Gentleman from the 10th, Dr. Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Finance will meet today, March 29th at 4 p.m. in the House Committee room. The agenda is posted. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 32nd, Dr. Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Judiciary will meet today at 2:15 p.m. in the committee room, and the agenda has been posted.
The gentleman from the 13th, Dr. Higginbotham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Education will meet today at 2:30 p.m. in the House Education Committee room, 2:30 p.m. today. The agenda is posted.
The gentleman from the 15th, Dr. Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Government Organization will meet today at 2:15 p.m. in the Government Organization Committee room. The agenda is posted. Your Committee on Government Organization will meet tomorrow at 2 p.m. in the Committee Government Organization room. The agenda will be posted. And we have a public hearing on House Bill 3072, a virtual public hearing at 4 p.m. today. So please be aware of those 3 announcements. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman 29th, Dr. Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There will be a short open session tonight at 5 p.m. in the House chamber for questions and answers on House Bill 2017, the Criminal Code rewrite, as that has been called. Any member is welcome to be in here. The goal of which would be to answer questions kind of in an open forum manner. Thank you.
The gentleman 17th, Dr. Rohrbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Health and Human Resources will meet tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. The Republican members will caucus in the chairman's office at 8:45. The 9 a.m. meeting will be in the Government Organization Committee room. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman 32nd, Dr. Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In addition, your Committee on Judiciary will meet tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. in the committee room. The agenda will be posted.
Lady from 38th, Dr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Republicans will caucus tomorrow in this chamber at 1 o'clock or immediately following floor session.
The gentleman 13th, Dr. Pinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Faith First Caucus will meet in room 252 tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. We'd love for you to join us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there further announcements today? If not, the question is on the motion that the House stand adjourned at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Those in favor of the motion will please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House is adjourned at 11 a.m. tomorrow.